We have Kurt Foley up here. We are part of the Kansas Energy Program at Kansas State University. We're actually housed within the College of Engineering, but nobody at K-State really knows who we are or what we do or anything. Because we're engineering extension, we don't do anything on campus. Everything that we do is pretty much out in the communities doing energy education, doing small business energy assessments, and then helping those small businesses apply for federal grants so that they can implement energy efficiency or renewable energy projects. So we're going to get into some of that today. But we'll say that anytime we go out to a small business or an agricultural producer to provide services, we do not charge that small business or the ag producer anything. All of our services are free to them. Okay, we're paid through a different source, so you reap the benefits of that. And then we were very pleased to be able to partner with the Montgomery County Action Council in putting on this workshop. So I will let them introduce themselves.
Hello, everyone. My name is Melissa Johnson. I'm the Executive Director for Montgomery County Action Council. We call it MAC for short. That first C is silent, and I'll let them introduce themselves.
Laura Keller with Small Business Development.
And I'm Mary McGauley, Communications and Special Projects Coordinator.
And I do want to also say that we are very, very pleased. Special thank you to Kelly Zellner and the City of Caney for letting us host the event here today. And then also wanted to give a shout out to Pretty Baked, who is providing breakfast and lunch for the event today. So,
And just make sure everyone puts your name in the drawing. So
yeah, we'll be giving away, is it a banana bread?
I don't know if it made it in the bag or not.
Well, there's a Pretty Baked bread and a bag from Pretty Baked, and then we also have a MAC tumbler that we'll be giving away today.
Okay, excellent. So just want to kind of explain the reason that we're here today. So engineering extension is a non-funded, non-K-State funded organization. We receive no money from Kansas State University or the Kansas State Board of Regents. We operate on our own. We have to go out and get our own grants and our own contracts to provide the funding that we receive at engineering extension. So one of the grants that we applied for and won recently was through the USDA Rural Business Development Grant. And that grant, their sole purpose is to help rural areas maintain or increase their economic viability. That's the reason we're here today. We're going to show you how through our services and through the MAC services that, you know, it's all about creating jobs, improving quality of life for those in rural areas, and, you know, just making the area in which you live an area that you can be proud of and happy to be in and stay in. So with that, who do I turn the clicker over to for the first presentation?
I'll take the.
Okay.
And ladies, if y'all would like to join me up front. So of course, we've already introduced ourselves, but there is one more person who's holding down the fort at our office, and that is Kathy Thompson. She is our administrative assistant. And I should have asked which way is.
Yep,
Okay, there we go. She is our administrative assistant, and so she's back at the office today answering phone calls and keeping us in check. So we do want to make sure that you guys are aware that she's ever present in our office as well. We're not going to spend a lot of time on covering MAC services. We're just going to do a quick overview of the services that are provided by Montgomery County Action Council, and then we're going to talk a little bit about what each of us does. So for those of you who aren't aware, the purpose of MAC is to create and retain jobs. That's our primary focus. But we also want to expand the tax base, promote economic diversity, and help to enhance the quality of life for all of our citizens in the community. So when it comes to the creating and retaining jobs, that's all about business recruitment and retention. So my primary objectives are to try to go out and target business and industry to come to the community, and also spend some time with our existing business members to find out what are some businesses that would complement your business, or what are some of those unmet needs in the community. And that's who we try to go after when we're talking about business recruitment. We also focus on the business retention, which is really about supporting our existing businesses and industry. And some of the things that we can do there is to connect you with resources to help you get the funding that you need when you're ready to grow and expand. We can also connect you with our partners to help you with your talent attraction or workforce development side. And then, of course, we can make sure that we're helping to put together some incentives to help you retain those employees once you get them here. One of the things that we always want to talk about is the importance of confidentiality when it comes to our business clients, whether it's a new business that's considering coming to the area or a business that's maybe wanting to grow and expand. We want to make sure that we are maintaining that customer's confidentiality. But I get this question a lot. What's in the works? Well, I could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you. You know, we think of Montgomery County Action Council and economic development in general. It's a lot like Fight Club. So who can tell me what's the first rule of Fight Club? You do not talk about Fight Club. So I feel like I'm Brad Pitt sometimes. You know, when it comes to recruiting those businesses, that's not going to do us much good if we don't have the talent to support it. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Maren, and she's going to talk to you about her role in the organization.
Yes. So Montgomery County Action Council gets to be a part of attracting and retaining talent to the area. And one of the great resources we have in Montgomery County is the ROZ program, which stands for Rural Opportunity Zones. And there are 95 of those in the state of Kansas that are designated by the state. And so this really gives us the added benefit of having two great incentives to attract newcomers to our area, whether that be 100% state income tax credit for 5 years, or a student loan repayment assistance. A lot of folks that move to the area are able to qualify for those kinds of programs. And that's something that MAC also leverages in our talent attraction campaign that we're doing right now called Love Montgomery County. And so this talent attraction campaign is a lot of targeted marketing through ads and social media. And we're trying to recruit former Montgomery County residents to come back home, to come invest in the community, work here, live here, enjoy the beautiful scenery and activities that we have here in the community, and to also just bring in that talent. One of the things that we're doing with the talent attraction campaign is it's also promoting that ROZ is an available resource to people coming to the area. And then we're also promoting matches that we can help with existing incentives that community employers already have. So we're promoting both of those things. We also have a portal set up on our website that if folks are looking to move to Montgomery County, they can fill out a form, submit their resume, and then we're able to share those with MAC members so that we can really spread the word about the candidates that are wanting to relocate to the area. A couple of the other things that I'm tasked with at MAC, I'm on week 3 of the job. So a couple of the things that I'm really starting to dig into is communicating and marketing the value of Montgomery County. And then also we hope to coordinate young professional gatherings countywide. There's some great organizations in the county who are already hosting local young professional groups. And so we want to unify folks at a county level just so that there's more support and more connection. So, a couple of the great things going on. That's back to you.
Oh, right. Thank you. So, you know, it's kind of a combination. If we can recruit more businesses to the community that have good paying jobs, and we can recruit more of those young professionals back to the community, then that can help us to expand our tax base. And who wants to talk about taxes this early in the morning? No one. So that's all we're really going to say about that. Promoting economic diversity is something that's very important as well. You know, we are all about business and industry, but we also want to make sure that we're encouraging entrepreneurship and small business, and that we're encouraging women and minority-owned businesses. And that's where the partnership between Montgomery County Action Council and the Kansas Small Business Development Center, or SBDC, comes in. And with that,
I'll let you do the.
okay, I'll be done with.
As you can see, we have several offices across Kansas. We partner with Pittsburgh. So with that being said, I do have a cohort here. Amy Sawyer, would you please stand up and wave at everybody? She's out of the Pittsburgh office, but we get together with team meetings and things like that. So if I don't have the information, I can pick up the phone and say, Amy or other workers there, say at the Pittsburgh office, I need some help. And we're really good about helping each other and having each other's back. So we don't have to have all the answers, but we can get you the connections. So we're good at helping business startups. You can be existing businesses or new businesses. So just because you've been in business for a while You may need help with your social media, perhaps. May need help with some QuickBooks. If you do, come holler at us and we'll be glad to help you or get you the help you need. We basically can help you get your ducks in a row, especially for a new business. You may need to say, do I need an LLC? What does the bank want from me? I need help with my cash flows. We can help you with all that. So just give us a holler. We'll be glad to help. And I have a few fun facts for you. I know we love fun facts in the morning. 99.1% of the businesses in Kansas are considered small businesses. And in the 2023 census, there was 32,926 business applications in Kansas alone. Montgomery County had 597, so woo, Montgomery County. That's it.
Okay. Something else that we're tasked with, as I mentioned earlier, is enhancing the quality of life for all citizens. And people come up to me and they say, well, what does economic development have to do with that? How are you enhancing the quality of life? Well, we really take more of a holistic approach when it comes to economic development, because again, it's not going to do us any good if we recruit businesses and talent to the area if we don't have housing for them to live in, or if we don't have reliable, affordable childcare for their children while they're at work, starting a business or working at that business. And then something else that we do is we partner with other economic development agencies, the various municipalities throughout the community, local chambers and other organizations to advocate for change. So that means going up to Topeka to talk about changes that need to be made at the legislative level to support the rural community that we live in. I'm going to turn it back over to Maren, and she's going to tell you guys about some of our upcoming activities.
Yes, we have two things to mark your calendar about today. We'll have an Independence area meet and greet, and these are quarterly gatherings that happen across the county. The next one will be in Independence at the Gun Club and Sporting Heritage Center. They're on Penn Avenue, and it is August 29th from 5 to 7. Time of networking with MAC staff, with peers, discussing the key issues that are on your mind. And then you can also enjoy the scenery of the gun club. There's a lot of taxidermy and interesting, cool animals to see. And then we'll have free refreshments, and all of the donations will go back to the gun club. And then the second is the quarterly meeting that will be in Cherryvale on September 19th from 5:30 to 7:30 at the community center. And so we'll have more information about how to register for that coming soon, but we'll conduct some business, have some good food and network, and enjoy that time together on the 19th of September.
So once again, we are here to serve businesses, both large and small. If you've got a business idea, if you're looking to expand, or if you know of someone who's looking to bring their business to Montgomery County, please be sure and connect with us. We have MAC membership applications at the front desk. We also have some literature about the SBDC services and some more information about the talent attraction campaign.
Final note, I just forgot. And if there's other workshops you would like to see, more information you want to know about, contact us, because we want to promote workshops that you would like. So just let us know if there's something in your mind. We'll be glad to see if we can run it down.
Yeah, we do have a goal to have at least 4 educational workshops every year. We've had 3 so far, and we're actually working with Network Kansas for another workshop that we'll have later on this year. But if there is something that's more pressing that you guys feel you need to know about, we are happy to do those, large or small. All right, and with that, we're going to turn it back over to David.
Are you counting this as one of your workshops?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
We're counting this as one of
Well,
our.
hopefully this is one that you like. So, since Maren specified, or Laura specified, can you change out, or do you want me to? We're gonna do the,
Yeah, and
we're
then
gonna do the profit.
I did forget about that.
Oh, yes, and we're on Facebook and LinkedIn, and our website is on the screen, so actioncouncil.com. You can stay in touch with us there. So,
Awesome. Thank you, guys.
thank you.
Before since Melissa did mention, Kathy, I believe, who was their coworker who is not present today. We also have, Brian Hamill, who is back in the office. He's our smart one, so sorry, you get the B team here. He's our professional engineer, so he's the one most qualified to do what we do. So just to tell you how crazy life is, today, I am a biologist / toxicologist by education. doing energy work for the College of Engineering. And I'm going to be presenting on a business topic for you today. Yay. So we're gonna keep it at the very 101 level. In fact, for me, it might be, even, 51 level. Because I am not a business person. But I had how many of you are business owners? Okay, got quite a few. All right, any utility companies in here? Oh, good. Because energy is a touchy subject, right? Nobody likes to pay for energy. I don't mind paying for energy. Energy, when you talk about quality of life, energy does that for us. Oh my gosh, it gives us a great quality of life. There are some countries, we're hosting a Fulbright student from Myanmar. They do not have electricity 24 hours a day. We do. So I don't mind paying for that. What I hate paying for is electricity that I don't use. I mean, I use, but I don't use it for the work that it's intended to do. So we're going to talk about profit margins and energy savings. And I had an epiphany this morning when I was shaving, okay? So I'm not going to get into TMI, but the shaving cream that I use at home, which comes in a larger container, is a gel. Well, the one in my travel bag, which is a smaller container, is that foam that expands. And so I was shaving this one, I was spraying my hand. And, I had this huge amount. And I'm like, well, now I'm just gonna rinse, 75% of this and it's gonna go down the drain. Okay, and I'm like, oh, what a waste. I realize that's a small thing, right? But if everybody did that, what's gonna happen? You're gonna have to go out and buy more because you're wasting 75%. So even though I'm not a business person, I know that if you're in business, you're trying to squeeze as much out of every dollar as you can and not waste it, like I did the shaving cream, right? So when you get into a situation like this is one of the grocery stores that we did an assessment at in central Kansas. This is a walk-in freezer that's outside in Kansas in the summer. Okay, now we've been pretty blessed this summer. We haven't had a whole lot of 100+ degree days. But this wasn't one of them because it was hot when we were out there. This is the seal that they had on this walk-in freezer outside in Kansas during the summer. This is what the inside of that freezer looked like. Because that HVAC system, that refrigeration system, was working so hard to try and cool it down as this hot Kansas temperature was coming in. And this is a closer view of that. How many of you, well, for one, how much of this product do you think they're actually going to be able to sell? So not only are they paying the electricity to cool down this walk-in freezer, they have purchased all of this product that now they're going to have to throw away. So I will ask you, how efficient do you think that is from this profit margin that you're trying to maintain? Not very, okay? So this is the very basic, and this is what I will say. Ryan Hamill put these slides together, and he's an engineer. You will see that engineering come out in some of the slides, a lot of math. But it's really simple. The profit margin is your net income divided by the sales. And the net income can be broken down into sales minus your total expenses. Well, guess where your energy comes from? That's gonna be in that total expenses. So if you have 100,000 in sales and 75,000 in expenses, your profit margin is 25%. Okay? So for every dollar of sales, you make a quarter. All right? So that's pretty easy to understand. So we're gonna talk just about grocery stores. I don't know what kind of businesses you have or what kind of profit margin you have. But the same thing will apply to all of them. They might not be as low as a grocery store, which has 1 to 3%. So we're using a 2% profit margin. So she has a profit on $1 in sales. What are her expenses? So 98 cents. Right, so for every dollar that she makes in sales, she's gonna earn 2 cents. Now, this is for a grocery store, and what are grocery stores relying on if they have a 2% margin? Volume. They want to sell lots of stuff. It's still math. So if you make 2 cents on a, thing and you sell 1 million things, that's a good bit of money. But if you make 2 cents on it and you sell 100 things, that's a little bit less. So, you have to consider that. And again, what you're trying to do is you're trying to squeeze out, you're trying to reduce those expenses, right? So that you can maintain or increase that profit margin. So we see this quite a bit. Outdoor vending machines. Where are we? Kansas. Does it get maybe a little warmish in the summertime? Just a little bit. So if it costs $100 per year to refrigerate, the profit margin on soda. Anybody have a grocery store? Okay, because I help maintain those. You can see my Diet Mountain Dew over there. That's my second one of the morning, and I'm already needing another one. Oh yeah, 3 or 4 a day. But they can be pretty high, 30 to 50% for a profit margin on soda. So Brian just assumed 40%. So how many cans does Jill need to sell in order to pay for the $100? Rest assured, Brian put the math in there. Okay, so you have the 40% profit margin, you have the $100. And so he did all the math. She has to sell 167 cans of soda in order to pay for that $100 in operating costs. Now, Ryan also researched from the Energy Star that a vending machine can actually cost $613 per year. So how many cans does she, or that at $600 a year, now she has to sell 1,000 cans. So what happens if we go out and at the time of our visit, the outdoor air temperature was only 87 degrees, but we had our infrared camera and we're shooting a thermal image of the vending machine sitting out there, and it's at 104. What are we trying to do to that soda inside the vending machine? Trying to cool it down. And what do? We put it in a hot spot. Wow. Okay, so I'm not berating anybody. I just want you to be cognizant of what's happening. And you, as a business owner, have to decide, okay, am I good with that? Or do I want to change that? All right, so do you increase sales or can you increase efficiency? So if Jill would like to increase her net income by $1,000 this year, and she maintains a profit margin of 2%, what would the increase in sales need be? Wow. Sherry, you're better at this than I am. Okay, so Sherry, what did you say?
20,000 is what I said.
Okay,
I'm wrong,
so
probably.
50,000, she would, need to sell an additional $50,000 in goods to make that $1,000 at a 2% profit margin.
Yeah, not that good.
Well, you spoke confidently.
Yeah, well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, $50,000 to increase her profit to 1,000 at a 2%. Okay, so what if she decides, well, okay, maybe, you know, I have this T12 or T8 fluorescent lighting. What if I just went to LED lighting instead? Does that help? So I will say that all the numbers that you see coming up are based on actual numbers from a site assessment that we did. Okay, so we're not making up any of this, we're not estimating. So she talked to her, she has actually fairly efficient T8 fluorescent lighting, but she's gonna switch to LEDs, and they can use the existing fixtures. They're just gonna bypass the ballasts that are in there. So she gets an electrician, and he comes by or she and says, well, okay, this is what you use now, 15,400 kilowatts per year. We switch to LEDs and bypass the ballast. We can reduce that to 6,700 kilowatt hours per year. That's going to give her a savings of 1,042. The project cost is only 2,400. That's a payback of 2.3 years. Okay. Anybody think that's a good payback? 2.3? Okay, well, that means after 2.3 years, what happens? That money's yours. You're no longer paying for the project. That money's yours now. You can buy more soda. That's what I would do with it, okay? So, here's your reason to increase sales. So you can sell 50,000 more, but you're gonna have to maintain that every year. For the increase in efficiency, it's an upfront cost of the 2,400. It's a one-time payment. It's a guaranteed annual savings because it's just based on the watts that the system is using. And I will say that this also, your lighting has to stay the same. So if you had it on only 14 hours a day before, and you leave it on 14 hours a day afterwards, nothing's gonna change. And in fact, you could actually reduce your expenses if the cost of energy increases, right? Because that's something over which you have no control. And yeah, so that will reduce an even greater savings. And it improves the customer experience. Anybody ever been into a place that's replaced their lighting and they've gone from fluorescent to LED? Is it a more pleasant, visible experience for you? Yeah. Okay, so those are some of the things that energy efficiency can actually do for you. It helps you reduce that operating expense portion of the formula. And if you reduce that, then you increase your profit. It's simple math. Okay, so she has two options for her refrigerated display cases. One is a basic, but slightly more efficient than the existing for 10,000. But then there's another significantly higher one for 2,000 or for 2,000 more. Which one do you go with? Well, we would say the second one. Yeah, it seems like a no-brainer for us. Now, we also don't own a business. We don't have the stress of trying to reduce your expenses. But so many times people will look at this number, the first cost value, instead of the life cycle cost value. And especially for a refrigeration display that will last 30 years, having the more efficient one is going to save you money all of those 30 years. And it is gonna make that $2,000 look very insignificant. But so many people get hung up on this first cost. All right, any questions on efficiency? We're gonna get into some specific things that we do on the, so go to the KEP one. So we have a few grants under which we operate. Grants or contracts. One of our main contracts is with the Kansas Corporation Commission Energy Office. They pay us to go out and do these assessments of rural businesses and ag producers. Any ag producers? Okay, excellent. It's just really hard, not really hard to say, rural small businesses and agricultural producers all the time. But the REAP grant that we do is for ag producers and rural small businesses. Okay? So many times we just shortcut to small businesses. So anybody familiar with the REAP grant? Got one yes, two yeses, okay, a few. Anybody ever apply for one?
I mean, I hope someone,
Okay.
I'm a producer with this.
Okay,
I'm waiting on my my EUI number.
yeah,
UEI.
EUI, but no,
Sam.
UEI.
Okay, yes.
Entity
Yes,
identified,
so
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
partway through.
okay, excellent, okay. So under the REAP grant for the energy efficiency, you have to have an energy assessment completed. Back in the day with USDA, you were allowed to roll the cost of that energy assessment into the money that you were requesting from USDA. Well, then they had a change in their regulations and they changed the definition of eligible project costs to those costs that were incurred after the receipt of a complete application. And there was a conundrum. Because you have to have the energy assessment completed before you can submit the application. So the cost for the energy assessment was no longer an eligible project cost. So you were asking a small business to upfront pay, I don't know, $5,000 for an energy assessment at your facility, more depending on what size your facility is, with no guarantee that you're gonna get the grant that will help you recoup some of that cost. So guess what happened to the application? They went way down because nobody wanted to do that. So KCC said, well, we'll contract with K-State to do the energy assessment. And that way there's no cost to the small business. And they can apply for the REAP. Yeah, well, that was a match kind of made in heaven.
Gordon?
Nope. There you go. All right. So, right now, we're actually conducting these assessments under the contract through the KCC. We also have the, REAP Technical Assistance Grant. So that allows us to go out to small businesses and ag producers and conduct these, free of charge. And then the Rural Business Development Grant, which of course is devoted to economic viability. So what we do is we provide these energy audits, for populations less than 50,000. That's what the REAP grant, addresses. And you have to meet the small business size standard. Now Laura, I think, was 99.1% of Kansas businesses are small businesses. Let me tell you, there are some huge facilities that are defined as a small business under the small business sizing. Because it is based on either your annual receipts or the number of employees. So all of your manufacturing facilities are gonna be based on number of employees. And you may think it might be a huge facility, but they might only have 75 people working there. And their size standard is usually gonna be 100 or more, so they're gonna be eligible for it. So right now, if approved, the USDA can reimburse renewable energy and energy efficiency projects up to 50%. Does that lower that operating expenses part of the calculation? Oh, yeah. Okay, and in addition, we can only count, in our payback that we calculate under USDA, we can only calculate the energy savings. So Mark is gonna get up here, with, King Solar. He's gonna talk about some of the solar projects. He will throw in the tax credits and the maximum accelerated, depreciation to lower that payback. We can't include that. We can only include the energy savings. So our payback that we calculate under USDA might be 16 years. His might be 3 years. So that's something you have to keep in mind. It has to be, and even though I'm gonna say it has to be, there are always exceptions. It has to be a for-profit business. So we can't do nonprofits, we can't do a lot of cooperatives. It has to be a for-profit business or an agricultural producer. Now, for-profit doesn't mean you're actually making a profit, right? So consider that as well. Okay, where we go? We have, we've been in existence since 2016 doing these assessments, and we've been to 73 of the 105 counties now. All corners. So that's pretty cool. We get to see a lot. Yesterday on the way here, we got to stop by the highway sign, talking about the Bender family. So, it's educational for us too, because we learn a lot about Kansas. Good and bad. So what happens is you contact us, we'll send you an email saying, hey, this is some of the information we need from you. And yes, you have the EUI that you have to do. There are some things that we absolutely cannot do, right? We don't know your tax identification number. We can't register for SAMs for you. But we can tell you, hey, we need this. We can put you in touch with the small business development centers and they'll help you register through SAMs if you need that. But what we'll do is, we do the energy assessment. We'll come out to your facility and we'll crawl around. Now we will ask what project you would like to do. Sometimes you know, sometimes you don't. If you don't know, we'll crawl through and we'll give you an idea. If we just crawl through and give you an idea, then you're gonna have to pick one, you're gonna have to get quotes, because we need those for the application. We don't design anything. So if you think you're in need of a new HVAC, we're not gonna say, oh yeah, you only have a 2-ton unit, and you should really be using a 5-ton split unit. Nope, we don't do that. We don't have the qualifications to design things from a engineering perspective. We can just work with that engineering or that industry expert and calculate the savings from one system to another system. Because the USDA Rural Energy for America program is all about, does your proposed system actually save energy from the existing system? If it does not, guess what? You're not eligible. Yeah. Okay. So, this is Ryan, by the way, going up on the rooftop, looking at a rooftop unit. If Ryan or Kurt is with me on an assessment, they're gonna be with the ones on top, because I don't like heights. Even if it's a flat roof like that. you have to get up there. And, you know, that involves a ladder usually, and, yeah, I don't like that. So we'll go and we'll do this, we'll do the energy report for you that shows the calculations between one versus the other. So you don't have to do all that, okay? Now, the other thing that, that we do is, so Amy, the troublemaker, at least according to Laura, what forms did you have to fill out for the regrant? Yeah, you have your 4280-3A, 3B, or 3C, depending on how much the project is. You have your SF 424, you have your SF 424C, your SF 424D, your environmental checklist, which is a pain, and then you have your vendor certification form. Right? We do all of that for you. We complete all of that for you. And then we send it to you and say, okay, here are the signature pages. Sign here. Send them into USDA. Right? We think that's a pretty valuable service.
is.
Because you're not having to figure out, okay, what do I put here? What's, you know, yeah. We do all that. So, we will help you with applying for the, well, it's not a DUNS number and Sam Cage code anymore, but we'll help you with that. And then we have the USDA scoring criteria. Who knows what the criteria are? Okay, that's good. We'll get into that in just a little while. But here are some of the energy assessments that we do. Here's the energy analysis that we'll do. We have to have your electric bills. We'll put them into a spreadsheet. We'll calculate what the cost per kilowatt hour is and do all that for you. Here's some of what we see at some of the sites. So these are HVAC units. All right, so one of these are the condenser coils that you'll see on the outside. Anybody know what's supposed to happen here? Yeah, you're supposed to have airflow. How much airflow do you think you have on this one? They had no idea. Because probably somebody else didn't want to climb up on the roof either. Right? And then look at this one. This is just completely coated with dust and mud. There was absolutely no airflow going through here. Yeah. And then this is the seal on another, walk-in freezer cooler kind of thing. So we see that all the time. Here are some more of the HVAC units in a cooler for a grocery store. How much cooling do you think is going on here? That's great if you're going to a National Glacier Park. That's what you want to see. You don't want to see that in your walk-in cooler. And then here is a picture that we took from inside a cooler at one of the corners. And this is this is a cooler that's been placed outside. And so you can see that the lowest temperature is 32, but we have a high of 70 coming in. Is this reducing that operating expense cost? No, that's raising it. And if you raise that, what happens to your profit margin? Right? And if you're starting at 2%, you have to increase sales quite a bit to make over this. Okay? How many have seen these? Open display coolers. I hate them. Absolutely hate them. How many of you have to put on a sweater or a jacket when you're walking through the grocery store because it's too cold? Well, the idea of those coolers is to cool the produce or the products that are being sold, not you. You don't need to be cooled down to 30 degrees. Okay? This is the most innovative one that we've seen, where they're using sprinklers to go through the fans for the HVAC unit. just to try and cool it down some additional amount. We love these. And that is the main thing that grocery stores want, is to go from these open displays to the closed displays. This system, going from a system like this to this, you can save upwards of 85% going from the existing to the proposed. 85%. We had a grocery store in Lincoln County that was saving $2,000 a month after they went to closed displays. That does not include reduced maintenance. That does not include reduced food spoilage, because you're gonna have a lot of food spoilage here. I don't care how cold it is at the origin, by the time you get to the outside, you're not maintaining temperature. And so that food is going to spoil a lot faster. And then what do you have to do? You throw it away. Here's a diner also in Lincoln. So they have this door in the middle and the tables were all here. Yvonne, Crook and I went on it was a pretty cool February day and we were sitting at this table right here. Every time somebody opened up that door, we're like, yeah, nobody else come in. So they built, this vestibule. They closed the door, they put, insulation in, and so all I'm saying is that it doesn't have to be necessarily an equipment exchange for energy efficiency. It can be insulation, it can be installing a walkway. Lots of things you can do. This is where it gets kind of tough. When we were talking about this, I don't know, I was talking about it with somebody. I think Thomas there in the back. Okay, if your facility, and I know this happens a lot in small cities. Your main street, you have a building that's been unoccupied for the last 15 years. Somebody wants to come in and do something with it and put in new HVAC and new windows. Sorry, can't help you. I have to be able to show a difference between what was there and what is going to be there. I can't do that with a space that has been occupied for 15 years. For one thing, the USDA requires electric bills from the previous year so that we can set what the cost per kilowatt hour is. I can't do that, okay? If you're installing used equipment, grocery stores are infamous for this. They'll buy a new cooler for them at an auction. Okay, that's used equipment. Doesn't count under the REIT. If the equipment will be associated with residential apartments, it's right there in the regulations, doesn't count. Now, there is a kind of a loophole. If the residential apartments have communal space, if there's a gym or a mail room or a lobby and the landowner pays the electric for those common areas, yes, we can do that. But if it's for the residents themselves, the residents are paying the electric bills, we can't do it. We can't obtain the most recent 12 months of utility bills if you've already moved the existing equipment. Oh, and I missed this one, if you're expanding. So if you're going from, a 10,000 square foot facility to a 20,000 square foot, guess what's gonna happen to your energy costs? They're gonna increase. I don't care how efficient of equipment you put in, you're going to increase, and if it increases, it's not gonna be an eligible price. And then if it's not a like business, so say you have this one space and there's been a Hallmark card store in there, for forever. And they're moving out and now you're gonna put a data center in there. Okay, can't compare the two. So we're likely not gonna be able to do that. All right, here's the scoring criteria for the REIT grant. So this is kind of cool because Brian put together an excellent scoring criteria spreadsheet. Brian loves spreadsheets. But they have 7 scoring criteria. So, and it's 100 points. We can calculate what 90 of those points are gonna be based on the energy assessment that we do for you. We cannot predict the state director or administrator point. We can maybe predict some of them because some of those are based on whether you're a distressed or disadvantaged community. And we can look up the address and see whether you are, but that's still only gonna, it's not gonna get you to 10 points, it might be 2 or 3, okay? But the energy generator replaced or saved, we can calculate that, and there's two parts to that. The quantity of energy generated or saved per grant dollar requested. We have never seen anybody achieve the 10 points for that. Never. The quantity of energy replaced, generated, or saved, 15 points. Again, depending on how much, and there's a sliding scale there. We have seen max on that. Previous recipient, if you have applied for the REAP grant the previous year, guess what? You're already down 15 points on your application. That's a big hit. Length of payback, again, there's 3 different levels. 15 points possible, commitment of matching funds. So this is a reimbursement grant. You have to have 100% of the funds to implement the project. If your application is approved, USDA will reimburse up to 50% of that. But you have to be able to get it done. It has to be implemented before USDA will reimburse you. But if you show that you have 100% of the remaining 50% of funds, you'll get the max points. If you show nothing, you get 0. Now, you can have a complete application without the matching funds. You're just not gonna get any points for it. So,
I have a question on
yes,
this. So could the business have, could they take out a loan to cover a portion of theirs? And then they can pay off that loan with the.
absolutely.
reimbursement?
Any bankers in the? Okay, I thought some had registered and just couldn't make it. So yes, this can be, it can be a statement from your bank. It can be a statement from your investment fund. It can be a guaranteed loan letter from the bank. It can be any number of things. It can't be federal funds. So if you had a grant from the National Historic Registry for doing a renovation, you can't supply those because it's federal. If it were Kansas Historical Society, you could use those. Disadvantage, environmental benefits. Nobody's ever gonna get, well, I don't think. We've never seen anybody get the full 10 points. You'll get the one on saving water, you'll get the one on, emissions. There's 5 subcategories to this. One of them is that, if you meet the EPA's, alternative fuel
standard.
and then there's a, 10% is bio-based.
Yeah.
Content. You know, so we rarely have anybody get this. But anyway, we will score it for you. But how important is the criteria, really? Sometimes important, sometimes not so important. So this is what happens. If the USDA has enough money to fund all of the projects, criteria goes out the window. Doesn't matter whether you scored 100 points or 20 points. If they have enough money to fund the application, they'll fund it. If they receive more applications than they have money to fund, that's when the scoring criteria comes in. So they will rank them and they will start with the highest score and they will go down to where, oops, don't have enough money to fund the 40K for company F. So they will ask company F, hey, we only have 20K, you asked for 40. Do you want to take the 20? Or do you want to go behind what's in the door now? Which is they'll pick it up to the national level and see if they have any money. If they only gets kicked back down to the state level. Okay? There's a lot of picking it up, picking it down, picking it up, picking it down. So for instance, right now, if somebody applied for the September 30th round, because the year just started July 1st. So if you are disapproved for the September 30th round, which you won't know until December, because USDA is way behind on reviewing the application. But say that you're disapproved, they're automatically going to roll you over for the December 31st round. If you don't get that one, they will automatically roll you over to the March 30th. If you don't go get that one, they will automatically roll you over to the June 30th, which is where the cutoff is. If you don't get approved by the June 30th, you withdraw your application, you start over. Okay? But USDA is running about 6 months behind on telling you, yes, it's approved, or no, it's not.
You have the option to go in and change anything, like if you get denied the first time, can you change it?
Oh, absolutely.
So that you can get a
Yes.
higher score.
And in fact, that's a very good point, because USDA actually has two pots of money. They have pots of money for requests 20,000 and below, and they have a different pot of money for 20,000 and above. So if you're in this 20,000 and below category, chances are pretty good that you're gonna get funded, because they don't receive a lot of applications for that. If you're in the 20,000 or above, say you're asking for 30,000. Well, you're in the same category with a company that might be asking for 1.5 million. If they get it, if they rank higher than you, and they only have $1.5 million, guess what? There's nothing left for those. So what we do is, well, if somebody, like say they have a $44,000 project. So half of that is gonna be 22. Well, that puts them in this category with all the big ones. Like, don't ask for 50%, just ask for the 20, and that puts you down in here. Yes, that's another 2,000, but now you're guaranteed, almost, shouldn't say, nobody heard me even start the word guarantee, okay? You are more likely to get approved. So some of it is strategy. The other thing is, you can implement your project at any time at your own risk. So say you submitted July 28th. Okay, you're not going to be considered until the September 30th round. But USDA, if they approve your application, they will go back to the receipts that were incurred the day after they received the complete application. Which is nice. But you have to recognize that you're not gonna know until December whether you've been approved or not. If you have been approved, no problem. They'll go back to the receipts from July 29th. If they are disapproved and you have already implemented, all of that becomes ineligible cost. So now, because they will roll you over every submission until June 30th, you really have until September or October.
Following year.
The following year. But if it was ultimately disapproved, you can't withdraw that application and start again the next year, because now you've already spent the money and you're gonna have to submit a new application. And because of the definition of eligible costs, you've already paid for it, so you're not paying. So what we tell people is if they're submitting in September, we're like, well, the chances are you're gonna have 4 bites at the apple here. So if it's something that, if it's discretionary, you don't need to do it, but you really want to do it. We'd say, well, you can do it and take the chance. If you're like a grocery store and you need a new freezer because your old one went out, guess what you're gonna do? You're gonna go ahead and implement because you need your freezer. But if it's a solar project, you might just wait. But if you submit in June 30th, that round, we would say, absolutely wait until you get approved. Because a June isn't going to automatically roll over to any other one. And if you implement, you're only gonna get 1 bite at the apple. If you implement and it's ultimately disapproved, you're not gonna be able to do that.
Can you, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
can you do a solar and
Yes,
HVAC or?
yes, the same organization can do an energy efficiency and a renewable energy project in the same. And you don't get any point for them. Okay. All right, I do have time to get into understanding energy bills. Let's do it. So I will show you, one of the, oh, no, sorry. Oh, those were the USDA contacts. Okay. So David Kramer, Travis Snyder is the guy that we usually use at USDA, but they have Doug Berman in, he's out west somewhere, and they have someone in Iowa. Is it Chris?
I think that I don't,
He did leave, but, they're gonna have to.
okay.
So here's a summary of our projects since 2016 when we've been doing this. So over that time, we've had 200 facilities contact us. And the amount of grant funding from those, 3.5 million. That's 3.5 million coming from the federal grant into the state of Kansas. Helping our small businesses and our agricultural producers save an additional 1.7 million for their business, for their facility. We think that's pretty good. The annual energy savings or production, and this is really when you get into the solar, 17.6 million kilowatt hours of electricity. And this is just this just breaks it out into the energy efficiency. We had 125 of those and 75 of the renewable energy systems, most of which are solar, but we have some geothermal in there, a couple of them thrown in. We like this one. We particularly like the second one. So we've had 125 REAP grant applications. Our program has a 96% approval rate for those applications. We think that's pretty good. And 70% of counties have had one, at least one energy assessment. You can see by far, grocery stores are the greatest recipient of these. They're very easy to do. And you have the additional benefit of grocery stores helping out with food deserts throughout the state of Kansas. So we like that. The ag producers started coming on strong lately. Yeah, very, very strong. These are the number of energy assessments by county. So you can see here down in Montgomery, we've actually done pretty well. Don't know what's going on in Harvey, but that's our most widely used county for doing energy assessments. And we were on an upward trend for renewable, primarily solar, through the previous year, but last year it dipped back down to only 15. Now, that's kind of a misleading graph because although the number has gone down, the size of them has increased dramatically. I mean, we used to put in applications for like $40,000 projects, total cost. And now, I mean, we've done more than a $2 million project, which is just crazy. So the sad part is, of course, the higher the cost of the system, it's sucking up the money from truly small businesses that may be able to, they would depend on it a lot. But again, it just goes on that definition of what a small business is. There have been some pretty large facilities that have done it. And there's our mention of Ryan. Mandy and Stacy, Stacy's our new hire. They work primarily on our energy education, where we'll go out to K-12 classrooms and do energy, primarily energy efficiency presentation. Okay, so now I still do have 24 minutes to do the understanding energy goals.
Questions?
Yes, yeah, oh, yeah,
So-
anytime.
I have building owners, like one is a smaller law firm, does the size, and then I have a big like co-working space, does it matter on square footage, like a minimum?
Nope.
Okay,
Nope. The only minimums you have are for, an energy efficiency. It has to be at least a $6,000 project.
Okay.
And we have, had a few that didn't meet that.
the comment you made with like light businesses, so one of them is a very large building with co-working spaces, but they're all, would that qualify? I mean. So there's.
The only time that the light business comes into play is if you are using the same space. So if this space used to be a card shop, and then it went out of business or whatever, and we had another business come in, it would have to have a similar electric consumption for us to be able to use that.
Got it. Yeah, sorry, it's all office space. And then, is there time to hit that September 30th round? I mean, how long does the process take once they contact?
Depends on what the project is. So if
HVAC.
it's, okay, HVACs are a lot more complicated. So what we have to do for an HVAC is we have to take into consideration the building envelope. So we have to measure all the windows. We have to see what kind of coverings they have, because all of that is going to influence how much heat is coming in, and then how much is your HVAC gonna work to get that out. So we have to measure all that. We have to do the volume. Yeah, it's crazy calculations.
And then who's the first call? I mean, who should they call to start this process then? For the person. I didn't write it down.
It can be to the Kansas Energy Pro, it can be to me, it could be to Kurt, it could be to Ryan, it really doesn't matter. Actually, if it's Kurt or Ryan, you have a better chance of actually getting a response. I'm really bad once my email goes down below the screen, I'm like, oh, that's done. So. Okay, any other questions? Yes, Thomas?
You mentioned that if you submit an application at a certain time of year.
Yes,
You're gonna hit less of the.
Yes.
Timeframe, so.
so every
What's the best time? to submit?
September 3rd.
Or even July 1st.
Oh, anytime after June 30th.
Anytime after.
Beat that September 30th deadline.
Yes, yes. They're not going to look at any applications. So if we submit one now, if we submitted one today, USDA isn't gonna look at it until September 30th. So any application submitted after July 1st will be in the September 30th round, and will automatically get rolled over if not approved at this.
So July 1st would be
Yeah.
anytime after July 1st.
Anytime after July 1st.
But when I just want to make this clear, when I submit the application, you let me know you have received it, correct?
We will contact USDA, and this is the email we sent to them. This is the email we sent to Travis. What do you say? Travis, we have just submitted a complete application for X and X facility. Can you please let us know when you have reviewed it and deem it to be a complete application? So we can contact the organization and they can proceed with the project at their own risk.
And that was what I was getting
Yeah.
at. So once we receive that confirmation, the businesses could go ahead at
They
their own risk
Good, at their own risk.
and do the work.
Yeah.
But wait to get email confirmation
Yes,
from you. So
yes,
July 3rd, I submitted, July 20th, I get the okay that you've received it. I could start my work.
correct. And Travis will always indicate, he goes, we will use this date as the date of your application. Yeah. And then anything after that. Okay. Good point, good point. All right, so I do just wanna, and this is gonna be a shortened version of this. This is another Ryan, presentation, so there's lots of good stuff in there. What we used to do is, and some of the solar companies used to do this, is we would do what they call a blended rate for the kilowatt hour cost. Okay, we would take the total cost of, your bill and divide it by the total kilowatt hours consumed. All right, well, USDA, rightfully so. See how I did that, Travis? Oh, and I don't know what you did the last time, but it seems like every time we switch presentations.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna skip through some of this because you don't, I mean, okay, did you have to animate every single one? So there is a distinction between demand and consumption. So if you have a 100 kilowatt motor and you turn it on, you've just created a demand of 100 kilowatts. If you run that for 1 hour, you have consumed 100 kilowatt hours of electricity. Right? So one is just the rate and the other is the amount. And so this just says the same thing. If you have a 9-watt LED bulb and you run it for 100 hours, your kilowatt hours is going to be 0.9, but a 60-watt ran for 100 hours is going to be 6 kilowatt hours. Okay. Some companies will be charged for demand. Some will only be charged per kilowatt hour. But what's important to know, you see the power factor over here? In 83.45. Okay, electric companies, if you're using your electricity poorly, if you have a lot of inductive motors that have to have electricity to start before they can do work for you, that's going to lower your power factor. Utility companies like to see a power factor of 90 or above. If it's below 90%, they're going to, this is a cute term, they're going to incentivize you to change that. Anybody know what we might mean by incentivize? They're going to penalize you for that lower power factor. So you can see their actual demand was 6.3, but because the power factor is less than 100 or less than 90, they're charging you an actual or a billing demand of 6.87. So they're charging you more. Okay. Now, one of the things that we have to do, so before, what we would do is we would take this total charge, 144.39, and we would divide the energy use of 877 kilowatt hours. That's what we used to do. But this includes a customer charge of 25.29, which is not going to change ever. You could reduce your energy to 0 kilowatt hours, and the electric company is still going to charge you that 25.29. So if we're calculating true energy savings from an energy efficiency project, we can't include that 25.29 because it's not going to change. It's not going to save. So what we do now, thank you, USDA, again, rightfully so, is we have to account for every non-kilowatt hour charge on your bill. This was good news for Ryan because he could throw in another column and another formula that none of the rest of us can understand. But it does make it a little bit more complicated to figure out what's going on. So you can see here that his yellow or orangish arrows are all kilowatt hour charges. The blue ones are not. The gray one is never going to change. So now what we do is we take the combination. So this is what, if we just did the total, our cost per kilowatt hour would be 16 cents per kilowatt hour. But if we did it the other way, just using the non-kilowatt hour, him and all his animations, that's going to be 12 cents per kilowatt hour. So that's what we have to use on the reprint application for you. Okay, so this is another reason we think it's kind of valuable for you to use us, because we'll do all this for you and you don't have to. Now, sometimes I will say Evergy is very easy to understand. We can look at the bills and we can do this. We have literally called some of the electric cooperatives and said, you only have an energy charge. What all is included in there? And they'll say this, and this. And we're like, well, what's your rate for the transmission? Oh, it's just all built in there. Yeah. So sometimes we don't know quite what to do with that. But the thing is, it's us calling the utility company, not you. And believe me, we've had to call some of the utility companies multiple times because we'll say, yeah, I need to talk to somebody about, the electric bill for this place. And they'll say, oh, you need to speak with Susie. She's not here. I'm like, okay, can I leave a number? And she, yeah. And then we wait a couple of days. Susie still hasn't called me back. So guess what? I now have to call her again. And yes, you can get the runaround. We would rather you just do your business things that you have to do. Let us have the headache of trying to get all this done. So how does that affect your payback? Okay, so note to self, go through this slideshow and take out all the animations. Okay, so using the 16 cents per kilowatt hour, it was a 6.25 payback, 6.25 years. Using the 12 cents, it's an 8.3 years. Okay, so on the USDA calculation or the okay, so it used to be, so we had the 6.25 year payback and now using the energy dependent charges, it's 8.33. Well, look what happens to your points. So if it's less than 4, you get 15. That doesn't work. 4 and 8 years, you get 10 points. So this one, you would get 10 points. But using this one, it's between 8 and 12 years, you only get 5 points. So you lost 5 points on your application by using the energy dependent. But it is a more real world estimate of what your savings are going to be. Because when you include that, I don't know, that customer charge, you're not gonna see any savings from that. But if we put it in the calculation, we're providing a false hope, right? Because you're not gonna make that 6-year payback. And then you're gonna give Travis a call and say, no, you'll give me a call, and we don't want that, so. Okay. I know we're supposed to go to, okay, seriously, take out the animation. You know, when I review these, I'm not in the slide presentation. I'm just looking at the slides, and so most of the time, we're not gonna see demand charge, because your businesses just aren't gonna be large enough. We don't use them on the REAP grant applications very often. But if you can demonstrate that your project is indeed going to reduce demand, we can include some of those savings. But we have to be able to demonstrate it. We'll say that for those of you who haven't looked at your electric bills, you know, and if you're used to hearing words like, or cost like 12 cents per kilowatt hour, okay, your demand isn't gonna be that cheap, okay? We're not talking about cents when we talk about demand charges. So a medium general service, you're gonna be paying up to $17 per kilowatt on those demand. So you can see that if you're going from a 6.3 actual demand to a 6.8, we're not talking about cents now. You're adding dollars, and sometimes for some of the companies, you're talking about literally hundreds or even thousands of dollars from the increased demand if there is a lower power factor. Also, your demand sets can, in some circumstances, be set for the entire year based on a 15-minute increment at your facility. So anything that you can do to lower that peak demand is actually going to save you here, and really going to save you here if you actually are locked in for a year from a 15-minute period of time. So what we recommend is that if you're at a facility, you don't just go in and flip everything on at the same time, because that's going to set your demand. And if you have a whole section of your facility that you flipped on and you're not going to use it for the next 2 hours, don't put it on. All right. I am a big believer in the most effective, cost beneficial thing that you can do at your facility is turn things off. My wife would hate to hear me say that because she knows I do the same thing at home. Like, turn the light off. Oh, I'm gonna go back in there. So, and I practice that. So this morning when I left my hotel room, I went to the HVAC system. I hit off. That's not even gonna save me anything. But that's just what I do. I can't get up here and tell you to do it if it is not ingrained into what I do. So, anyway, better get off the soapbox. Yes.
So, you know, it can't, after you do these improvements, efficiency improvements, then you can change that rate or the power factor or whatever. Is that right?
You know, it depends. So Typically, yes, because many of your existing fluorescents, and it used to be metal halide lights, right? So, well, not in here. Your fluorescents, they require a certain amount of energy to start up. And that energy at that point isn't actually producing the work for you yet. A lot of motors are the same, a lot of, inductive motors. You have to use the energy to start up the motor before it can start doing the work. So if you have a lot of that, you're going to have lower power factors. So you can either put in a capacitor where you're using the energy from that to start your motors, and then that's behind the power meter for the utility company, so they don't see that. And then they don't charge you for that. And I will have to talk, okay, Mark didn't come back in, but I'm gonna have to talk to him about that, because you could actually, if you were putting in a battery system in your facility, either solar charged or, some facilities have batteries for like forklifts or stuff. But if you use that as the capacitor for your facility, then that's going to decrease your or increase your power factor. As long as it's behind the meter that the utility company installs, they don't see. We would, if we were able to demonstrate that your project was going to reduce your demand and increase your power factor. So if you were gonna like add capacitors to your facility, we could roll those in as part of the REAP grant application if we can tie it to reduce demand and energy. And he didn't interrupt me, so I must have said it right. So, yeah, I'm looking at you, Jeff.
You're good.
Okay. All right, all right, I think I'm finished. We can, well, if you want an example of, what power factor actually does is, well, it's basically, no. So it's basically this, this is we shouldn't even really use this picture anymore, but back in the day, before any of us were born, they would have the barges on the canals, and they would actually be pulled by a horse. Right? So the horse obviously can't walk in front of the barge because it's water. But if it could, that power factor would be 100%. The farther this horse gets from in front of the barge, the lower the power factor is going to be, because the horse is pulling in a different direction than the barge is traveling. You could do the same thing if you were pulling your kid in a wagon, right? So if you're pulling them straight, more of your energy is being used to pull that wagon in a straight line. If you pull from the side and it's still trying to go straight, you can see how some of the energy is being used ineffectively, right? It's not being used to pull direct. So the more you have an angle here between the X and the Y, the lower your power factor is going to be. That probably didn't explain it to anybody, but anyway. And then we won't go into any of this stuff. What we will do now is we will take a quick break for 10 minutes. Yes.
And I think you might have already said this, but to qualify for your services, they just have to meet the Small Business Administration standard and that stuff, or is it?
Well, actually, anybody qualifies for our services. It's just for the REAP grant that you wouldn't be eligible for the REAP grant if you weren't in a rural area and a small business.
Okay.
If you're a large business, what we would tell you is, we would still provide minimal services to you, but our scope is for rural small businesses and ag producers.
And we're considered rural and distressed area.
Yes, you are. So, yeah, and I don't think we have that in here, but yes, we are, so you would get an automatic 10 points. 15 points. 15 points. Which is, now, I will say this, that we have also gone through our database of the 200. Very few are actually in a disadvantaged or distressed community. So if you were and you applied, boom, you automatically have a 15-point advantage over somebody who's not. Yes.
Your energy assessments, gonna be on a point, strategy. Or I guess I should say, how many questions are you asking? How many areas are you covering? Will you make recommendations on solar? Which is another question I have is, if people are putting in solar, it's cost savings, but rural Kansas communities in any situation or the utility might buy back some of that.
So we do not design.
I understand that.
Right, so we will not say, oh, you know what, this is a great size system for you, this is what you should do. When we do these solar applications, we get the report from the solar installer. We will get the energy bills or the electric bills from the customer, and we will, that's what we do for solar.
But, okay, so when you're on site, you have a checklist of what you're looking at. It's gonna obviously, we've got good exposure to grocery business today, but I don't understand what you guys are checking out on agricultural applications.
So a lot of the ag producers, some of them want to go from gasoline driven irrigation pumps to electric pumps. So we will get from them an estimate of how many gallons of gasoline they used the previous year for that system, how many hours they operated, what kind of flow rate they had or whatever, and then we would compare that on the electric side based on what size electric motor they're going to go to and compare the costs.
So your inspections for ag is gonna be more equipment rather than facility.
Correct. Now, the thing I did specify with the ag, at least on the renewable energy side, is that if you're installing like a lot of the ag producers are putting in solar. And some of them have a residence associated with that system. So if you have a solar system that's installed to a meter that is also connected to a house, you have to certify that 51% or more of the electricity generated by that solar system goes to the business, not the residents. Now, what we will not do, we used to be able to have a residential model, which would allow us to model the consumption from the house to compare. That is no longer available. So we will not do an energy assessment of a residence to try and estimate how much that is consumed. It's just beyond our bandwidth. So you can install a second meter, which demonstrates quite clearly how much is going to the business. That is what we would recommend. Or you could hire a third party auditor to come in and make that assessment.
Ironically enough, as a run-up to today's meeting, I was inquired on the internet about solar installation on residents, residents. And oh my gosh, all of these applications kept coming in, and so I picked one and I thought I could give a quick answer to what that would cost. 30 minutes later, I was still sitting through a sales presentation. And at that point in time, I said it all.
So never the call. I like that. I like that. That's a very funny way of saying that. Yeah.
But why can't we be upfront about this? And now it's giving me bad taste.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
Solar applications.
Yeah. I will say, and I'll let Mark address most of that. I will say that we have had some solar installers, not you, Mark, that I've looked at their reports, and what we do is we break it down. Okay, well, I'll say this. One of the solar reports that we received showed that the customer was going to have zero or even negative bills. And I'm like, dude. See that customer charge up there? That is never going to change. You will never have a negative or a zero bill. How can you even show it? So we will point that out to you if you receive an application like that, and we're doing it now. We also break it down per month, so that, based on a PV watts calculator, or if the solar installer has provided a monthly breakout, based on the net metering writer for whatever utility company you're using. So some of them will pay retail, some of them will pay wholesale, some of them you don't get anything at all. And if the solar report is a little bit murky on that, our report put it in pretty clearly.
Backup generation, that's not necessarily a cost savings.
That is correct. Yeah.
So you guys don't touch.
I'll let Travis.
Well, I was gonna say, one thing Dave was saying, we did have we used to have kind of shared meter tool for kind of projects where there's residents. Saying whether it's a business or an agricultural operation, but it was actually Department of Energy tool, so it wasn't rural development. And we were just kind of using their tool, and they took it down without anything what's happening. But we were working on another tool, so hopefully in the future David will have a tool we can use for that. And then I was just gonna say, just like, obviously that's not Mark, but in any industry, you just have, if the hair from the back of your neck stand up, and I don't know who you're talking with, maybe it's just a bad experience. You always have to just be careful.
Let's see if I can give you a minute.
Oh, that's.
And regional people. We have plenty of resources around here that you should be able to get it done without having to go outside of our area. Yeah.
And I think you might have said something about generating access. Would you say something about like being able to sell that to the grid? And David might know, Mark, I'm not an attorney, but I think know that kind of the law and things is set up. You can maybe sell some back, but it all depends on the utility company. And it's typically not really economically viable. So the system is going to be substantially larger than the so Mark can probably speak to that.
Yeah, so
Mark, you're gonna be on next. So,
Either way,
I jumped ahead, I'm sorry.
No,
that's fine, that's fine. When we do these RIC grant applications for everybody, we establish pretty good relationships with the vendors. Because like I said, we don't design, so we rely on their expertise, and King Solar is a great vendor with whom to work. They're always very responsive to us, it's trustworthy, so we'll let Mark take it away.
you have a clicker?
I do, I'm holding it in my hand.
What, oh, your battery?
Yeah.
All right, well, my name is Mark, I'm president of King Solar, we're a solar energy, it's called an EPC, we do design, construction, and service throughout the state of Kansas. And one of our core values as a company is we're a place where committed people thrive. And that's one of the reasons I'm here today is that, being a place where committed people thrive is for our customers, our employees, and our industry partners. So, I'm here to represent our company, but really invest in what the work that K-State is doing, as well as Travis at the USDA. So, anytime during my presentation, feel free to interrupt me with questions. And then I do have a stack of business cards here. I'm in the business to sell solar. So, obviously take what I say with a grain of salt. But we try really hard to be an honest and trustworthy resource. Based out of Yoder. And so if the little town of Yoder, you'll know cinnamon rolls and Amish people. I am neither a cinnamon roll or an Amish person, but we do love our community and invest in Reno County pretty heavily. So solar energy, harvesting solar energy has been around since the beginning of time. Plants have done it for years and years, and we enjoy the fruit of solar energy right now, actually. When humans started harnessing solar energy, we were doing what's called passive solar. So this is an example of a passive solar home where the eaves of the house are built, it depends on your geographic location in the globe, but are built such that in the summer, you're getting shade on your windows, and in the winter, you're getting sun coming in those windows, heating up some kind of thermal mass, so that then that can radiate up into the home or business during the day. So if you have the luxury of building from scratch, find a builder that's willing to work with passive solar, because that's a great first step. And then the building envelope, I was talking with some people here this morning about HVAC upgrades, insulation, windows, those kinds of things. It doesn't help to put a big solar array on a building that's just kind of leaking that into outer space. So we want to make sure the building envelope is built well, or at least retrofitted to whatever extent makes sense before you go and generate your own electricity. So passive solar is one way to do that. Kind of the next iteration of solar design happened in the 70s into the mid 80s. We called solar thermal. If you see on any buildings, big giant black boxes, that's a solar thermal collector, and it's either collecting hot air or hot water. So this is an example of a hot water system where you have cold water pumping up onto the roof, getting warm and preheating the domestic hot water. Today, so those systems were very popular in the 70s into about 1985, whenever the thermal tax credits ended. But the advantage today is not what it was then. So the only place where solar thermal really makes sense is on large, high consumption buildings like laundromats, dormitories, or things like that. On a typical residence, you can install electric generating solar and an efficient water heater cheaper than you can install a solar thermal system. If you have radiant floor heat, it's kind of up for grabs, which is more effective. But so this was a kind of an antiquated technology, still exists today. I guess the other place where this really makes sense is in places that don't freeze. So like in Hawaii, Southern California, Southern Florida, where you can have the water actually on the roof where it's not going to freeze. These still make sense, but here where we have to drain all that water back into the building every night, it adds significant cost. And so we don't recommend this anymore. So what we do recommend is photovoltaic or PV solar. The word photovoltaic is essentially photons of light, volts of electricity. So it's light electricity. That's where the term photovoltaic comes from. So if you hear photovoltaic or PV, we're talking about harnessing the light to make electricity. And there's basically three different types of inversion technology. Inversion is the process of taking direct current, like battery power, and making it usable alternating current, which is what our homes, our lights run on today. So you need to take the solar energy and make it into usable house energy or for your business. And a string inverter is kind of the most basic version of an inverter. You string all those solar panels together, and then you have a central large box. It's typically about the size of a breaker panel mounted at ground level. Those are the most cost effective. Really the workhorse of the industry up until just a few years ago. The next level of inversion technology that is kind of making a resurgence in the commercial space, it's pretty popular in residential, are called microinverters. So instead of stringing solar panels together and having a string inverter downstairs or in the basement or mechanical room, you actually have microinverters, those little boxes up on the roof under the solar panels. And there's a list of costs and benefits. So the benefits of microinverters are they are a little bit more efficient. They offer more granular monitoring and repair. So like you can see in the top version, you can see each circuit and what's going on. So if there's a problem in that circuit, it could be up to 15 solar panels that one of those 15 might have a problem. Whereas on a microinverter circuit, you can actually see every solar panel and what it's doing. So monitoring and repair is simpler. Shade tolerance. So on the top one, if one of those panels is shaded, you're effectively shading all of those panels in the row. The bottom one, if one's shaded, it's only that one that's shaded. Number 4 there, design and layout. Again, the top one, you need all of the panels on a circuit to be facing the same direction with the same tilt angle. Whereas a microinverter, they can be, for residential, it can be kind of all over the place and it doesn't affect the performance of anybody else. The disadvantage, number 5, is cost. Microinverters are substantially more expensive than string inverters. There is a hybrid version that kind of takes the halfway between these. It's called an optimized string inverter, and all of the benefits that I say, it's basically halfway in the middle. So it's cheaper than microinverters, but you do get the advantages of shade tolerance and design and layout.
Question.
Yeah.
On the cost, is it double?
It depends on the size of the system. So if we're talking about a small residential system that's like 12 panels, it could be double. But if you're talking like a 100 kilowatt commercial system, no, it's going to be probably 15 or 20% more.
So it really depends on the project.
It really depends on the project. And we really try to find a component that meets customers' needs and desires. And so sometimes we recommend microinverters. For like a good example is we have a customer that wants to do modular expansion. So like we want to put in 30 solar panels today, and then maybe 30 more next year, and then 10 more the following year, and then whatever. Microinverters allow that, whereas a string inverter needs to be sized for the system from day one. So there's, I mean, yeah, we'd have to look at your exact business to figure out what would be best for you. So monitoring, I mentioned briefly, so this would be monitoring a string inverter where you can see the whole system, the sun comes up in the morning, kind of peaks at noon and drops off. This particular one has a water tower across the street from it. So that's why you see that dip in the middle of the afternoon because the shade of the water tower passes over the system. We weren't going to cut the water tower down, so we just had to leave it there. But this allows you to see the string level, whereas this is a microinverter monitoring example. And so you can see each individual solar panel, what it did or didn't do for the day. This site has a big tree just to that end. And so those panels we knew were going to be lower than the rest. They are. So there's nothing wrong with this system per se.
Mark, does it indicate the efficiency of each one also, or just what it produces?
So you would have to do a little bit of math to figure out the efficiency.
Okay, stop right there. Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
Now, if it was Ryan, he would do a spreadsheet.
Yeah. But one of the nice things is we can create a graph that is year over year. So you can see like this system was producing, this year is 10% lower than last year. That's a lot. If it's a 0.5% or 1%, that's kind of expected. But if you're 10%, it's like, oh, let's dig into that and see why.
Okay, thank you.
And actually to answer that question a little further is we had a customer that was like, man, this year is like 12% lower than last. Like there must be something wrong. We can't figure it out. So we went and did a site visit. Well, he has a farm. It was a USDA REAP program. He has a farm and they grind grain in the building right beside the solar array. And it turns out that the grain has like I don't know what it's called, but like it's sticky. Like whenever they grind it, it makes this dust and then sticks to the solar panel so that when it rains, it didn't actually get washed off. So the customer now has the assignment to go out and with a broom and a garden hose and clean them off every once in a while if he wants full production. So this is a sun path diagram. So we use this when we're designing systems because what this says is that bottom curve there is the sun path for our area in December, in the winter solstice. And then the top one is the sun path for our area in the summer solstice and then months in between. And so we use this, actually, we don't really use this. This is just the theory behind our calculators. So our design calculators use this to say for this zip code in July, how many kilowatt hours will we make? And the nice thing is the sun is really reliable, comes up every day. And so we can really accurately, within a margin of error because of cloudiness or rainy days, we can really accurately predict an annual output of solar. We often get questions about wind energy, and wind energy, it's viable. It's really viable on a utility scale. On a residential or small business scale, it's like, man, it's so unpredictable that it's really hard to model the actual savings. But the sun is really reliable. Shading is another one I mentioned a bit on the monitoring. And so we have tools that we can use to analyze the shade. So oftentimes actually I just had a conversation with a business owner yesterday, and they said, we have this tree in the front yard that we really like. And I'm like, well, that's fine. But we're going to have to do a shade analysis and say that tree is going to cause an annual 12% loss for this section of the panels. And you can decide what to do with that tree. The other option is to build the system and then use the monitoring to watch what that shade is doing and then decide is the cost benefit for the shade and the aesthetics overriding the financials. And that's not a decision we need to make for you guys as business owners, but we can model that ahead of time. So I'm going to zip through a couple examples and talk through some various technologies. This is a residential system. And yeah, we do a lot of residential, but I know that's not what we're talking about today. So a lot of our farm and rural customers will go with a ground mounted system. We prefer roof mounted for a number of reasons. Roof mounted systems are more cost effective. We're actually taking the structure that exists and attaching to it, as opposed to building a structure and then using that. Also, there's trenching and dirt work. And if you're doing the REAP program, there also can be some environmental impact studies that have to happen depending on your location for a ground mount to be approved. If you have a nice shed, particularly a metal roof that isn't as susceptible to hail damage, then we would much rather use a metal roof than a ground mount, but sometimes this is the best option for people. There are some aesthetic considerations, particularly if it's on the front or street facing side of a business. So these are all black solar panels as opposed to the ones I just showed you. These are more of a commercial style silver frame with a blue solar cell. These are an all black. So again, aesthetics, it depends on your goals there. This is an agricultural customer, rural Wichita. Again, we went on a metal shed as opposed to a ground mount for cost savings. This is a medium-sized commercial system. Actually, this is in Tulsa, Oklahoma, so not in Kansas. But this is what's called a ballasted system where we're on a flat roof. We don't want to poke holes in a flat roof. That's just kind of a bad idea. And so instead we use a weighted ballast to hold the solar panels down. And there's wind loading studies that we have to do to make sure that they don't blow off. But it's a good solution for flat roof membrane roofing. Here's a carport. Carports are kind of the sexy thing in the industry right now. They are cool. If you don't have roof space, it's an option. They add a lot of cost. And so like this particular one is at Bethel College in North Newton. And they wanted to like show the community that they were doing solar. So they paid the extra money to go with a ground mount, a carport. The main reason carports are more expensive is because there could be a couple $1 million of vehicles underneath that carport. So the engineering and the design is so robust because I don't want it blowing over and crashing a bunch of cars. So anyway, carports are cool. They're really popular in highly densely populated areas because that's kind of the only space they have available. This is a chicken farm here in Kansas. This is a USDA REAP project. Pretty straightforward string inverter system for their chicken barn.
Wait, that's not one that we did. You're showing examples of something we didn't even.
I should have thought about that. I do have some that you guys did, but no, I don't think this is one. We do also hire some third-party private grant writers. But K-State does a great job as well. This is I believe this was a reprogram project from, probably 10 years ago. And this one was interesting because North Star is an insulation contracting company. And so they wanted the absolute most efficient system they could get, which is why we added some southern tilt to their system. They also liked the marketing aspect of making the solar panels really obvious. So this is 254 west going out of Wichita on the north side of the road in Keachai. So you may have seen this system, but it's been running for a little over a decade, I think. And their office bill is typically $15 a month, which is just the customer charge. So this is a really cool success story.
Mark, we had a question virtually. How does roof mounted panels affect snow load on roofing as well as insurance costs?
Yeah, so the question is insurance and snow loading on roof mounted systems. So insurance is a real question. And so we recommend our customers contact their insurance provider and see what it will do to your insurance premiums. And then the other reason to let your insurance know is because if there's a problem, you want that to be covered. And so we don't recommend hiding it from your insurance company. And it can sometimes, like we've had some commercial customers that their insurance premium didn't change at all because the insurance company said, we've got X number of dollars of stuff in your portfolio. The solar is not going to change anything. We've had some say it's going to increase your insurance costs by a few percentage points. There was one that their insurance premiums were going to go up by 50%. They found a new insurance agent and then we're much happier anyway. The other question was snow load. So solar panels add less than 3 pounds per square foot for an attached system, and they add about 5 pounds per square foot for a ballasted system. And so, yes, we do want to make sure that we check our boxes to make sure that the engineering of the existing structure is such that it can hold that added weight. The one thing that's a little bit of a struggle is drifting snow. So our structural engineer that we used, he has these engineering, I don't know where he gets it, but he can say like, if you have this high of an obstruction on this portion of the roof, we expect you to drift snow in this area, which will add this much more weight. And very rarely, but sometimes we do have to either choose a different roof section or beef up the underlying structure. Or choose a different mounting method so that we aren't adding as much weight or drifting snow. So it is things we include. So in our company, those engineering studies would be included in the project. Any structural upgrades would be an addition on the back end. That unfortunately, once the REAP grant is approved, we can't add cost, but it's kind of a necessary evil.
So if you haven't had your roof inspected for a while.
Mhm.
What's the, I don't know, what's the tipping point for, because these systems can be up to 25, 30 years now, right? So would you want to have your roof, I mean.
It depends.
Obviously, if it's a new roof line,
Yeah.
but if it's a 10-year, I mean, do you wait 50?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the question is, do we recommend installing on old roofs? Or do we recommend changing the roof? The answer is it depends on your goals. So if you are pretty sure that you're gonna get hailed out in the next 10 years, then you may have us put it on an old roof. However, we've installed solar panels on brand new roofs that got hailed out 2 months later. So it's kind of a toss up, particularly here in Kansas, as far as like, how long do you wait? Do we recommend? Our sales design team is really coached to, when they get up on the roof to measure, is to really give the homeowner or the business owner an accurate picture of what they have up there. And then say like, man, we think your shingles, the granules have all kind of come off. It's showing significant signs of wear. You may want to look at getting a roof replaced prior to solar. But it ultimately is up to the buyer. And we've installed systems on some really not great roofs. We will not install systems on a leaking roof. That's the one thing we won't do, because then we can get into finger pointing of who caused the leak. So if there's existing leaks, we say, no, get your roof fixed, then we'll come, so that we know if we caused the leak or not.
Well, what
Yeah.
about hail?
So the question's about hail. Solar panels, commercially available solar panels are all rated and tested to 1-inch hail. So about ping pong ball sized hail. I don't have any pictures in this slideshow, but we had a major hailstorm go through Salina this spring. We had a customer that had 40 solar panels and 2 of them were broken. The nice thing is solar panels are made from a tempered glass, similar to your car windshield. And so if the glass isn't shattered, then it's fine. If the glass breaks, it will shatter. And so it's kind of like an all or nothing loss in that. So that particular customer, it was 2 solar panels. We just went and swapped them out, and they're back up and running full speed. But yes, hail is a concern. It also depends how that storm is coming. So we had a 3-inch hailstorm in my personal neighborhood a couple years ago, and the solar panels were fine. We did have to get our shingles redone. But the storm came from, my panels were facing south. The storm came from the north. So we kind of expect all the solar panels took glancing shots as opposed to the direct hit. Again, it's an insurance question now.
So what about taking the solar unit off when they roof it?
So the question is, how do we take solar off to re-roof it? That is.
Is that a big cost?
It is a cost, and typically it's part of the insurance claim, just like the roof and the siding and the windows. But that's why we recommend that you check with your insurance prior to installation. And if you can choose a roof that doesn't have the hail susceptibility, such as a commercial metal roof, then it's a better situation all around. But yeah, we do a lot of remove and replaces, particularly for residential, where, we go in, remove it, the shingling crew comes in, does their thing, and then we come put it back. Yeah.
And you said usually covered by insurance if your agent knows you have. this.
Yes, usually covered by insurance if they know ahead of time.
Everybody keep trying to pin them down.
Ah, you're good, man. I appreciate it. Keeps me on my toes. Very good. So we get into some custom things. So this is a system it's actually an Evergy building on the 135 flyway going through Wichita. This was more for marketing than anything else. One of the interesting things on this project was the people who have offices on the 3rd floor loved the shade, because that was not something that Evergy thought they didn't even think about it. I didn't think about it. But once we installed it that next summer, all those people that had window offices on the 3rd floor were like, this was a good decision because it kept their offices way cooler. That's a really old building that had some actually thermal benefits from the photovoltaic system. This is a commercial system on a golf course in near Derby. And this was a USDA REAP program as well. This is probably 5 or 10 years old. This one did have some roof leaks under the panels, but they weren't caused by the solar. So it gets to this real tricky situation. So we do recommend making sure the roof is in good shape before we install it. Battery storage is like a hot topic right now. It was mentioned earlier this morning. Battery storage, if you are a customer of Evergy, will not save you any money because they offer net metering, which means that you can give energy to Evergy during the day. Then you can use energy back from Evergy at night, and you only get billed for the net. so the batteries don't save you any money. The advantages of batteries, if you're an Evergy customer, are outages. So it's basically like a generator would be. So if the power goes out, the batteries take over. If you're on a utility that's not Evergy, then batteries do have some financial value. So most utilities, the small municipal or cooperative utilities, do a wholesale retail exchange. It's called parallel generation, where when you give them a kilowatt hour, they'll buy it from you at the wholesale rate. When you use a kilowatt hour back, you will buy it from them at the retail rate. So if you can take your solar energy, put it in a battery, you get to gain that delta of the wholesale retail exchange. It doesn't yet make batteries a financial win, but it does often make them break even. For example, Ark Valley is a cooperative utility near Hutchinson where our office is located. And our numbers would generally say a typical grid tied system will pay for itself on Ark Valley in about 13 years. A battery-based system costs about $40,000 more, but will still pay for itself in about 13 years. So you get the added benefit of having off-grid utility outage, and your payback is the same. The disadvantage is your capital investment upfront is more. So we're getting close to that place where it's like, oh, batteries just make sense. We're not there yet. We're hearing rumblings in the industry, and I'll get to this a little bit later, of lots of utilities moving to a time of use rate, where kind of like the old cell phone plans where you had like cheap nights and weekends, you paid more during the day, electric rates are going that direction. So when we get there, then batteries will start to make sense, maybe without solar, where you charge from the batteries at midnight, and then during the day when the rates are higher, you use from your batteries instead of from the grid. And so that we're seeing that in other parts of the country, and it's coming to Kansas as well. Also, cars are starting to do bi-directional charging, similar situation, although a car battery doesn't help your home or business if you're not parked there plugged in. So there are some disadvantages to car storage. So the biggest question that we get asked is, well, not the biggest question. One of the main questions is how much solar do we need? The biggest one we get is how much does it cost? We'll get to that. But how much solar do we need is where we need to start. So we look at a couple things. We look at your utility bill. How many kilowatt hours did you use last year? What's your billing structure? And that really has to do with who your utility company is. Are you like I'm going to use Evergy because there's more Evergy users in Kansas than others. But Evergy has multiple tiers for businesses. So a small general service, you pay about 9 cents per kilowatt hour. Medium general service is 5 to 6 cents per kilowatt hour. Large general service can be 3 or 4 cents a kilowatt hour. And those might seem like small differences, but when we're talking in the megawatt hours of energy, it makes a big financial difference. So knowing your rate structure is pretty important. Again, where are you going to put the panels? Can I put them on the roof? Is there ground space? Do we need a carport? Do we have an east-west roof versus a south roof? Because depending where the sun is in the sky, we make different amounts of energy. And then I think this is talked about a lot today, but efficiency. Is there anything we can do to reduce our existing usage? So we've got lighting upgrades. Occupancy sensors are some things that small businesses don't think of. That occupancy sensor is about $30, and you put it in the utility closet that people go in once a month, and you can save a month's worth of lighting bills for that room, and you can pay for that occupancy sensor real fast. Smart thermostats, ones that adjust accordingly, although I'm not an HVAC expert, but I've been told by my HVAC expert that the new HVAC units that are so efficient actually will use more electricity if you fluctuate your temperature. If you hold your temperature steady and have a good building envelope, you'll actually come out ahead. So ask your HVAC contractor, or maybe not even a contractor, your engineer or designer, what they recommend based on your specific building and specific HVAC unit. And then that last one on the right is it's called a kilowatt. Basically, it's a really simple device. You plug it into the wall and then you plug an appliance into it and it can track your usage. So if you're thinking like, for example, in this room, like how much, like would it save us money to upgrade our coffee pot to a high efficiency coffee pot? Well, just plug that in for a month, see what you use, and then you can kind of compare that to the sales brochure of the high efficiency coffee pot and make a decision that way. All right, so the financials, this is what people all ask about. We're going to look at a medium to large size commercial project, and this one's in Hutchinson. It is a REAP grant project, but we're going to kind of walk through this. So the number of solar panels on this building, there are about 300 solar panels. It takes about 16,000 square feet of roof space. So this is a warehouse for a technology installation company in Hutchinson. So the solar panels cover about 16,000 square feet. They are facing directly south. So azimuth is a term that means 0 degrees is facing north, 180 degrees is facing south. So the solar panels are facing directly south. It is shade free. So they're up there on the roof where there's no shade on the solar panels. And the production from this system here in Kansas is about 18,000 kilowatt hours per month, or about 216,000 kilowatt hours per year. The cost of this system, this is what everybody wants to know. You feel free to take pictures if you want. So it's approximately $350,000 as the upfront sticker price. Then we get into like, what are the incentives that are available? So the federal tax credit is currently 30%. And that is whether it's residential, business, or even nonprofits now qualify for a tax credit, even though nonprofits don't pay taxes. So we can get into that nuance if you have any affiliation with any nonprofits, but you can get that 30% basically, no matter who you are. There are some exceptions to it, but so 30% off for the federal tax credit. And then there's optional incentives. And this is where it gets real tricky real fast. So there's an additional 10% bonus tax credit available if 40% of your components are made in the US. Up until about this month, that was impossible to reach. But now, I mean, it's the federal government's goal is to bring manufacturing back on shore, and it's working. Our first load of 40% American-made solar panels are set to arrive next week sometime. So we will be able to provide this 10% bonus tax credit. Now, the disadvantage is it rises the cost of the system about 8%, but that's still a delta of 2% savings. So the 10% bonus tax credit, and then up to 50% USDA REAP grant. And I say up to 50% because there's a lot of situations where it doesn't make sense to ask for 50%. There's actually a special round of funding every year that is set aside for, Travis, help me out, 20,000 or less.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're asking for $20,000 or less of USDA money, I can't say this with certainty, but you will get fined. And so,
There's two pots of money, and for both the rounds, I won't get too deep in the weeds, but if you're requesting $20,000 or less, the bucket, usually that bucket of funds usually doesn't all get used. So if you're, so like to Mark's point, you were saying your bucket, your grant request could have been 50%, 22,000. Well, you might as well just do your application at 20,000. And sure, you'll possibly $2,000 on the table. You'll have a higher percentage chance of getting selected, unless everyone here applies, and then the bucket may all get.
That's very true.
Yeah, the large bucket, we're usually millions of dollars oversubscribed. So.
Yeah. So if you can keep your dollar ask to the USDA at 20,000 or less, we've seen all of our customers, even ones that don't score very well. And then Travis can get into this a little bit more, but like whenever Travis's team scores a grant application, you get a score from 0 to 100, and then they go down the list. I believe this is how it works. If you score 100, you get funded first, 99 gets next, 98, 97, 96. But if you stay under that $20,000, you're only competing against other $20,000 applicants. So you could have a score of 40, which is a horrible score, but you may still get funded in that set aside 20,000 as long as they have money. So if you can keep your project ask under 20,000. So that's up to 50% USDA REAP grant. And then Makers Accelerated Depreciation, that is a tax metric to speed up how you age out the asset. So that's something you want to get with your tax account on and say, do we want to expense this over 5 years, 10 years, as opposed to like the 27.5 years that you have to do with typical corporate infrastructure upgrades. So you can accelerate your depreciation. So the cost recovery. This particular system in Hutchinson, Kansas was a 1.5 year cost recovery because they qualified for multiple of these extras. If you don't qualify for any of the extras and you're just relying on the 30% tax credit, it can be 7 to sometimes 10 years, depending on the infrastructure upgrades. And then in a little bit of a gray scale there is the warranty. So commercially available solar components have a 10 up to a 25-year warranty. So if your cost recovery is less than 10 years, your warranty is more than 10 years. If you have the capital, it's a good investment. It is not a great investment. You can find better investments elsewhere. But if you have any other like environmental or public relations reasons, it really does tip you over the scale to say a solar energy investment makes sense. Some future changes in the industry. I'll zip through this because this is more technical, but National Electric Code is updated every 3 years. We continue to see nuanced changes in the solar code. Aesthetics, we mentioned all black solar panels versus like the blue and silver ones. Also, solar shingles are kind of a hot topic right now. Tesla has a really good looking solar roof. It is really expensive. And so that's an option if aesthetics are important. And actually solar shingles, really the place where they make sense is in homeowners associations where a traditional panel just is denied by the HOA. Efficiency, we're not seeing a bunch of efficiency changes. So inverters are already about 99% efficient. So are they going to get more efficient? Sure, but you can't go over 100. So I don't see efficiency happening in inverters. Solar panels, we're seeing some power density, which basically means when I started in the industry, like 13 or 14 years ago, a standard solar panel was 190 watts. That same footprint today, we're installing 410 watt solar panels. So the density of power in that panel is increasing. And we've seen that increase slowing down because you can only get so much in there. What we're also seeing is that solar panel footprints are getting bigger. So this order of solar panels that's coming in, so I use this as an example. So this was a 190 watt solar panel. Our 540 watt solar panels that are coming in are about this big. So like, they're like, we're making more powerful solar panels. It's like, you're just making them bigger. And my installers don't necessarily like that, but it is the trend in the industry. So power per solar panel is going up. So the cost between 2010 and 2012, we saw a drastic drop in price. The mechanization of solar manufacturing really drove this, as well as Chinese flooding the market with cheap solar products really drove that, which is why the federal government has done some incentives to bring manufacturing back to the US. So we saw about a 50% drop in price from 2010 to 2012. And then slow reduction in price after that. But then during the COVID years with inflation, we saw a jump and we lost a lot of those savings, about 15% price increase through the COVID years. And then since COVID has kind of settled down, costs have stayed pretty stable. We're seeing our labor rates creep up, solar rates, like the infrastructure and the hard costs going down, but overall the price is staying pretty stable. We're also seeing rate structures change. So I mentioned that time of use rates are coming. So that's something to be aware of. Net energy metering, being able to trade credits with the utility. There was just a law that we got passed this past legislative session that really solidified net metering for Evergy customers and Evergy customers only. But the co-ops and the municipal utilities have really gone away from net metering. And so we're working on working with those utilities and the legislature to kind of stabilize, hopefully, the small utility industry in the next legislative session. And then demand metering. So demand is essentially your volume in a small period of time. Most utilities measure it in a 15-minute or 1 hour increment, but they're basically saying, we don't care how much energy you use over a month, but whenever you use everything at one time, that's the hardest part of the month for the utility to match. And so they're going to bill you a demand charge for that small period when it's as much as 2 years. So one thing businesses can do is put in some building controls so that not all 6 of your HVAC units kick on at the same time. You stagger those so that your demand is lower and you can actually save money just by turning things on and off in a staggered way. We talked a little about storage. It's not usually cost effective, battery storage, but it is coming. The one place where battery storage is a necessity is off grid. If you don't have the utility, you have to have, in most cases, you have to have storage. And then advanced grid functions. This is coming and this is exciting because there are some things like voltage ride through. One of the things that like Hawaii experiences is they have about 40% of their electricity comes from solar. If a cloud goes over the island, they lose 40% of their generation all at one time. And that causes the voltage of the whole grid to droop. And a traditional inverter would say the voltage is wrong and then it would shut off. Well, now all that generation is gone. And so the inverter manufacturers have created a voltage ride through that will allow the voltage to dip until the fuel generators can kick back up to stabilize that grid. And it just helps everything. Reactive power, that's more of an industrial thing that has to do with the efficiency of the motors that are being used. So they're inverters that help with reactive power. Export throttling. So one of the things we're dealing with is that the grid is really hard to maintain. So the utility company is trying to produce power at the same rate that power is being consumed. And whenever we have something like solar or wind that's fluctuating as the clouds go over or it gets hot or whatever, is they have to manage that. So some utilities are saying we can't take more solar than X. So they have what's called an appropriately sized metric. And so they'll run your historic usage through a formula and say your business is appropriately sized at 20 kilowatts. And so they'll let you put in 20 kilowatts. in a lot of cases, we can actually say, you would benefit from 30 kilowatts. And so we can install a 30 kilowatt system and then throttle the export, which is what's going to the utility, down to 20. So we meet their requirements, but we allow you the savings of a little bit more. That's a detail that we would get into in every individual situation. And then smart grid management and storage deployment. There's an Evergy pilot program going on right now where they're actually giving away free batteries that then you as homeowners can use for outages and whatnot. But they have the right to call on those batteries to dump the energy when they need it. So whenever the grid is at its peak, they can say, okay, I want 2 kilowatts from your battery, 2 kilowatts from your battery, 2 kilowatts from your battery, and it levelizes the grid. So it's like this, everybody working together to stabilize everybody's electricity. And so they're doing a pilot program. And I think that's really where we're headed into the future, because there are inverters now. And actually we're required to install these inverters on Evergy, that they can call up my inverter and say, hey, calm down a little bit. The grid is overloaded. And then they can say, hey, never mind, ramp back up to 100% because we want your power. And so some of those smart grid management is a pretty cool technology. Some people don't like the big brother aspect, but in my opinion, it's if we all work together, we'll have a more stable grid moving forward. So there's different system types. Grid tied is like you're connected to the grid and you don't have batteries. Off grid, you're not connected to the grid, have to have batteries. And then others, we talked about zero or limited export systems. So that's another thing there. That's all I have. Happy to take questions, or I can take questions over lunch if we're out of time.
Well, I do have,
Yeah.
okay, so more from a residential
Okay.
capacity, you showed the 300 solar panels for 12,000 square foot,
Yeah.
355,000. And I know it's gonna vary
Right.
per location, but how much more affordable is it for residential in comparison?
Yeah, so residential systems range with no batteries, range from about $15,000 to $50,000. And that really just depends on how much electricity you want. Do you need 17 solar panels or do you need 80 solar panels? So 15 to 50,000. And then residential does qualify for the 30% tax credit, but does not qualify for any of the extras. So
Okay.
it's just the 30%. And residential on Evergy is about a 10-year cost recovery. On the smaller utilities, 12 to 15 years, depending on the utility.
So do you install them for Evergy?
We don't install them for Evergy, but we install them on businesses and homes that have Evergy. I guess I'm not sure of the question.
What kind of?
Okay,
Monarch Cement is putting in a huge
okay,
solar panel deal.
uh-huh.
And I didn't know. They said Evergy was putting in.
Yeah, possibly. So Evergy has an arm of their company called Evergy Energy Services or something like that. So they do their own installation.
Okay,
It's a bit of a sticky subject in our industry to have the people that make the rules also competitors.
right, that's what I was.
Yeah, it's a little tough. One of my friends runs Good Energy Solutions out of Lawrence. They are a contractor that does specifically work with Evergy sometimes. We've done some work with Evergy, but I don't know. It's just like any industry. There's feelings still placed.
Yeah.
But we do like
I
Evergy.
was just curious.
Evergy does treat customers equitably, in my opinion.
So we'll say that with, and I don't know that it's just the USDA changes, but there have been an increase in solar companies. When we were driving over here yesterday, we were passed by a blue solar,
Blue Raven.
Blue Raven solar. And I'm like, oh, never heard of them. So, one of the things that, the REAP grant specifically calls for, on the, 4280 form, 3A, 3B, or 3C, are the qualifications of your solar install. Because they want to ensure if they're giving you money, that it's going to a reputable, facility. So there are solar certifications, that, you can look for, the number of years, that the business has and the number of, similar sized systems, that they've installed. So we asked the vendors all of those questions. We have had some where they're just using a local electrician who hasn't installed anything before and, is kind of sketchy. So, yeah, so stay with those who can answer those questions like Mark can. Yeah.
Where in the United States are they making?
So the panels we are buying from the US are come out of Iron Mountain, Minnesota. There's some factories in Florida, Georgia, and then Northwest, Oregon, Washington.
I had a question, it's kind of related to REAP grant. Do they only require one bid? And one
Yes.
estimate? Yeah. As long as we're using a reputable firm that can answer those questions.
We feel comfortable with, so for REAP, there are some in our community facilities, I think they might have rules around you getting multiple bids, but for REAP, if you get one bid and you're comfortable with the company and you feel good about it, we don't typically require multiple bids.
No, you can, you can ask for as many people as you wish.
Sure.
And just a ballpark, I would say that if you take your system cost or system size, so in kilowatts, and divide that by, sorry, the other way around, take your dollar value divided by watts, you should be in the neighborhood of $3 a watt or less. So if it's $3.10, probably fine. If you're at $4 a watt, get another bid, because it shouldn't be that expensive anymore.
Okay,
All right.
thank you, Mark. And Mark, you're gonna stick.
I'll be around for lunch, yeah.
For lunch, okay?
Oh, I
So,
didn't include food for you, well.
so we're gonna transfer over to the star of the show.
I wouldn't say that.
So this is Travis Snyder from USDA. Not only is he a very competent USDA program specialist, he's a good friend of ours. You call him up with a question and he'll always take your call. He'll take calls from disgruntled, businesses. It doesn't matter. He's a great guy. We really appreciate his assistance in traveling 2.5 hours to get here today.
No problem. Well, thanks for having me. And yeah, David, Mark, they're really more experts in this field. So I don't know if that's encouraging for you to hear, but yeah, we've been working with David, with his group, the Kansas Energy Program, probably, I guess 9 years. I've been with rural development for about 10 years. And I think we started working with them. It was probably like the next year. And I think there's only been one round that we didn't use our full allocation since we've been working with them. So, and that was during COVID. So it was kind of one of those extenuating circumstances. And I will say, on Mark's behalf, we don't endorse solar providers, but I will say King Solar has also been, back when I started, we were getting applications from King Solar right out of the bat. So they've been, submitting applications and obviously in the business for a long time as well. So, but anyway, so I am going to talk a little bit about REAP, but I also wanted to kind of give a little bit of talk a little bit about some of our other programs and some of our other areas. So I work in business programs. I'm the energy coordinator and a business program specialist. I'm out of our new office. But in addition to having business programs, we also have water and environmental programs and then community facilities programs. They're kind of tied together in a way. So I don't work directly with those programs, so I don't know a lot about them. We also have single family housing programs. So if folks, are looking to buy a house, so there's improvement programs and things. So definitely if anyone has questions in those areas, I can get you in touch with the correct folks who could assist with any of those types of things as well. So kind of just to touch on rural development. A lot of folks probably know of us, but I wanted to kind of first start off by showing, this is some information that we were able to pull together that shows the amount of money that we've invested in the state of Kansas through, all of our programs. So it's not just business programs, definitely not only REAP, but as a whole, we invested over $342 million in the state. And that reached 1,266 different, businesses or residents or, just different facilities. And then about almost 22 million went to socially vulnerable communities. So kind of moving into the next step here. So as I mentioned, I'm going to primarily focus on the business and industry loan program guarantee, and then also our Rural Energy for America program. But I also kind of wanted to mention some of the other programs that we have in business programs. We have our Rural Business Development Grant Program, or as we call it, RBDG is the acronym for that, and then our Value Added Producer Grant Program. So the Rural Business Development Grant Program, it's, you know, all cities can apply, nonprofits, tribes, you can definitely get information. We've got the link there to business programs, but it's kind of some of the areas that we see. Just an example of a couple of projects that we've had in the last couple of years that I've worked on specifically. We had a community college who applied to use the program to kind of help in kind of starting a welding program. And then we actually had one that had applied and they used the program to kind of start a solar provider or installer program. So it can be, it's more of like a job related, like job training. It doesn't go directly to a business per se. Another one here, the Value Added Producer Grant Program. That's a grant program. It's one of the few things that we have in rural development that's for agricultural producers pretty much directly. Basically, it's and we have a specialist in who actually works with both of those programs, and she knows a lot more than I do. But it's kind of like if a business, like let's say a dairy farmer is kind of getting into value added, like making cheese. So it's more around like the packaging and maybe website design and marketing aspects. It's not so much for like the raw commodity, but it's kind of for those things. Then a couple other things. I'll touch on one more of these before I'll get kind of jump into the main stuff. But the Rural Economic Development Loan and Grant Program, or as we call it, REDLEG. So another one of those acronyms. And it's a loan program that we have that where the business wants to apply. It actually goes through a rural utility cooperative. So they would have kind of talked with a cooperative as well to actually apply for that. And just a couple things that really kind of get people's attention with that. It is a 0% interest loan. It's typically a 10-year term. And then we don't secure it with like typical collateral like real estate. You actually, the lender will actually, or the ultimate recipient of the business that applies will actually get an irrevocable letter of credit. So, and that's kind of how it's kind of secured, but I won't get too far in the weeds. And you can see a couple of our other programs up here as well. And then kind of touching on rural development, we have 4 offices in the state. So our Topeka is our state office, and that's kind of like our main office. Then we have out west, the Hayes office. Then not too far from here, I guess that's our Iola office. And then again, I'm out of the Newton office. So, and then this is our staff as of now. David Kramer's our director. And then you can see Doug Bruggeman and Chris Broyne are our Hayes office. And then Jennifer Yarbrough is out of our Topeka office as well as David. So, and then this information kind of goes to a little bit of what can make an eligible applicant. So basically you have to be, and I think David kind of touched on this a little bit, you have to be in what's considered a rural area. So, and this is pretty consistent to a lot of the business programs that we have. So you have to be in a place with a population of 50,000 or less. So you can kind of run into some situations where maybe that's not completely accurate. If you're kind of bumping up to a metro area like a Wichita or Topeka, Manhattan, one of those places, where you might have a situation where maybe your town technically isn't 50,000 or over, but just due to the proximity, it may not be eligible. But basically, what we will always recommend is there's a web tool here it's the rural area determination tool. You can plug in the address of the project, and it'll pretty much tell you whether or not you're in an eligible area. But obviously out here, Caney, you probably don't have to worry about even looking at the tool too much. But if you're in an area where you're kind of closer to a metro area, you might. So, and I am going to talk about REAP, but I'm going to start off by talking about our business and industry loan guarantee program. So as far as now, basically this is our guaranteed loan program. So it's a loan program that we have. We don't actually directly lend with this program. It's more, we provide a guarantee on a commercial loan. So you would have to have a bank that's, interested in working with you on the project. But basically you can see the different entity types, and there could be others as well, but these are some of the main ones: corporations, sole proprietors, cooperatives, partnerships. Indian tribes are all eligible entities for the program. So as far as the application process goes for this, and again, kind of like I said, it is really lender driven. So, you know, a business will work with a bank and to submit an application, and you submit it to the office where you're closest to. And we all kind of work together, and so we can work with that and figure that out. And we do encourage lenders to work with rural development early in the process, just to make sure that, you know, the project would be eligible, and kind of work out any details that might need to be worked out before we get too far down the road. And then we will review, once we get an application, or even as we're kind of working through preliminarily, we'll review the application and conduct environmental reviews, kind of like with REAP as well, and then address concerns with the lender. So, and then once all of that is done, we can issue a conditional commitment, and once all the conditions are met, we can issue the loan note guarantee. So, and then some of the loan purposes that we typically see or that would be eligible would be business acquisition, real estate purchases and improvements, machinery and equipment, working capital, and then debt refinance. So, and then as far as loan limits, there's not a minimum. The maximum is $25 million. In some instances, for cooperatives that are applying, it could potentially be more, but those are kind of few and far between. So, and then as far as with this program, as far as fees go, there is an initial 3% guarantee fee, and it can sometimes be reduced to as low as 1% for specific projects. As of now, there's a 0.555 annual renewal fee, and also there's an additional 0.5 added on to that amount if the borrower's wanting to get wanting to have the guarantee in place prior to construction. So we prefer to you know, maybe let them use interim financing and then put the guarantee in place after that, but it can be done the other way around if they desire. And then the guarantee can guarantee up to 80% of the loan amount. So as far as rates and terms, typically they're negotiated between the lender and the borrower. We kind of don't get too deep in the weeds with that, as long as they seem reasonable. They can be fixed, variable, or a combination. They can't be longer than, or you know, different than what a borrower would typically use. So they can't, you know, make them way shorter or way longer to just for whatever reason. They have to kind of be within the realm of what would be considered reasonable for the lender. And they are subject to agency approval and review and approval. But again, as long as they seem reasonable, we kind of stay out of that. And the promissory note cannot contain provisions for default interest or penalty interest. So a lender could charge that, but we're not going to allow that to be a part of the promissory note. Then as far as the repayment or the loan term goes, typically it's kind of like it's typically lender driven, so we're not gonna get too deeply involved in that. It should be justifiable based on the useful life of the collateral. And then you can see we have the chart here. So typically not around 30 years would be the maximum. We want to go for real estate, and then machinery and equipment, it can vary depending on the useful life, but 15 years is typically probably the most for most things. And then working capital, 7 years is typically what we would recommend. As far as some ineligible uses for the program, lines of credit are not eligible. Then any kind of residential things, you know, housing, apartments, duplexes, and so on aren't eligible. We do have our housing program, there still might be some opportunity there. It's just not through the business and industry program. And then most agricultural production, unless it's a part of a processing facility, won't be eligible. We have our FSA agency, which they can help out in a lot of instances with ag producers. So And then distribution or payments to individual owners is also an ineligible thing. So I don't know if anyone had any questions. I know that's a little loan program, a little dry there, but I can kind of move on to the REAP program. So, and again, I'm not sure if David might have told you some of this stuff. We're going to try not to have too much overlap, but there could be a tad bit, but for the most part, with the REAP program, you're either rural small businesses or agricultural producers would be the eligible entities. And then again, as far as projects, we're looking at energy efficiency improvements or renewable energy systems. Then kind of going to our deadlines here, and then also some examples of what we see. Our next application deadline is September 30th of 2024. Then after that, we'll have, it's not up here, but it should be December 31st. And then as you can see, energy efficiency and renewable energy systems that we have, they're eligible. These are not necessarily a complete list, but lighting, heating, cooling, ventilation fans, automated controls, installation. One thing, I guess it's not technically up here on the energy efficiency side, but we see quite a bit of is, grocery stores. Maybe you're looking to replace old aged freezers and refrigeration. So that's typically a pretty good project. They can typically save a lot of energy with that. And David's had some great numbers on those before. Save a lot of energy and then translate into a dollar savings. Then on the renewable energy side, solar definitely has really taken over the REAP program. I'd say probably 90% of our projects are solar. So certainly trying to get a little bit of diversification there, but we see occasional wind projects. Then we have seen some digesters, biomass, geothermal on occasion. We don't get too many waves around here, so we don't really get any of the ocean wave. And we haven't really seen any hydroelectric either, but. So, and then, and I know y'all probably know some of this stuff, but basically for REAP, most projects would be eligible for up to a 50% grant request. And the minimums here and the maximums, they've also been affected by the Inflation Reduction Act. Used to, the grant request could only be up to 25% of eligible projects cost until probably about a year and a half ago. So with renewable energy, the maximum grant request is $1 million. The minimum is 10,000, and those are basically, they both double those minimum and maximums from the time that the Inflation Reduction Act went into effect. Energy efficiency projects is the same. It's 500,000 now for the maximum, and then 6,000 for the minimum. And those used to each be half prior to the Inflation Reduction Act. So, and obviously we've seen a tremendous amount of increase in our applications and just requests for information in general since the Inflation Reduction Act went into effect. So, and then got a few examples here. I don't think I'm going to use my full time, but I can take questions, or we kind of do whatever David needs to do here once we're done. But basically here we've got a few examples. Crable Specialty Needs is one that did an LED project. Gosh, it's been several years ago. But anyway, they were kind of based on their application, they were going to be able to pay back their cost of their project in 2.5 years. So it was a good deal for them out of McPherson. And then another one, a grocery store project that we had in Peabody, Kansas. They replaced coolers and refrigeration, and they were going to show a significant savings on the grocery stores. Another thing, a lot of them that they've told me before is, they not only do they have maybe aged equipment that maybe isn't very efficient, but a lot of times they're kind of duct taping it together and having to call for repairs every other month. And I remember this is one that was kind of like that. So it was going to really save them. Some of these savings, they may not actually go into the score or be translatable in certain energy savings ways, but there can be benefit to some of these things outside of that. So
Question, so on that one, the previous one, where they received the $9,000 grant, that looks like about the 25%. Right?
Yeah.
That in today's, they could have been eligible for 18,000, is that right?
That is correct. Yeah. we really need to update our examples here because these are all probably pre-pandemic, so.
But at least you're using ours.
There you go, there you go. But you're correct. Yeah, this would have been back when it was a 25% grant. All of these are, we probably need to update these, but yeah, that's a good point. And here's a solar project. It was in Whitewater, Kansas, the Solo Vineyard. They had, added solar panels to replace energy. And they actually, I think they might have been one that might have maybe taken Mark's cue at the time. And maybe they were, and this would have been also, it would have been a 25% grant. So I'm not going to try to do that 25% of 103,000 right now on the spot, but they might have taken Mark's cue and just reduced their grant to $20,000 to kind of be assured. I'd have to go back and look at the situation on that one, but yeah, so. And then, so I've got another slide here. It's kind of on, it's on the REAP guarantee loan. So all the stuff that I was talking about the BNI, it's kind of similar. It's in a similar kind of boat to that, but basically along with the REAP grant, which obviously is the thing that we get the most of and is the most popular. We do have a guaranteed loan program as well that can kind of go hand in hand with the REAP grant. And basically, and again, it's a guaranteed loan, so it basically it's we don't actually directly lend with this program. It's again, there would be a lender who would be involved, so you get a bank to kind of want to move forward with the actual loan, and then we provide a guarantee. But we can basically guarantee up to 75% of eligible project costs, and for the guaranteed loan, the minimum is $5,000 and then up to 25 million for the maximum. We don't see a lot of guaranteed loans on a lot of our projects. I think really a lot of them are probably too small for a lender to really want to kind of do this with. If it is a larger project, like a larger solar project, or we've got one that we're working with where it's a digester project and it's a several $1 million project, and they are possibly going to submit a guaranteed loan request. So, but it is a program that we have out there. We just kind of haven't seen a ton of them, but I think it's kind of for those reasons. Then again, kind of like with the BNI, terms and rate and terms are negotiated between the borrower and the lender, and then the fees, appraisals, equity and collateral requirements apply. So I'm sure I probably went through that a little fast, but does anyone have any questions or?
We're actually pretty perfect.
Oh, was it? Okay. Well,
We'll say that I whispered to Mark to ask whether he had done any guaranteed loans. He has not. We have not in our program, and that's over the course of 200 assessments and 125 REAP grant applications. So it is available, and we want to include it always because particularly this program is not just about ag producers and rural small businesses, but also community and the entire economic viability area. So we want to include these things because they're important. You can see they go up to vastly higher sums of money. But anyway, we love the REAP grant program. It has benefited Kansas so excellently, and we like being able to meet vendors like Mark, and we have an HVAC guy coming in this afternoon, hopefully coming in this afternoon. And it's just great that you have all of these people in Kansas that are trying to help all these businesses in Kansas and all these communities in Kansas. So it's just really good.
So I do have a question, and I know that they're not eligible for REAP, but let's say that you have a city-owned building that was formerly a hospital and has an air conditioning system that was built for hospital, which is not very efficient if you're going to convert that into, let's say, office space. But the city is looking to, make it a more energy efficient HVAC system, but doesn't necessarily have all of the funds to make that happen. Is that where the the business and industry guaranteed loans might be able to come in?
Well, if it's city owned, I might get you in contact with the community facilities folks, because they may have something, and it may have to be like it would maybe be a loan, I can't say for sure, but they typically, if it's more of a city owned thing, even if we could possibly, so there are some instances where there's some kind of bleed over where maybe either one of us could like potentially do it, but they may be able to offer better terms depending on the situation, but.
And then alternatively, let's say they found a buyer, but the buyer was more interested in purchasing the building. If it had an energy efficient system, then maybe they could sell it to that business, and then the business could apply for something like this.
So, one part of REAP is that, whoever the business or the ag producer, they would have to own and control the site through like the useful life. So typically, depending on what it is, so like if it's a project, like let's say it's a solar project or the business that applies would need to own and control the site. So for several years after the project is completed, I think technically they're not they're not supposed to sell it at, I guess at all. Otherwise, they could possibly have to pay the grant back. We've tried to work with folks. There's not been a lot of instances where we've heard that this has happened, but we can typically work with folks. Like we had one business that they basically got the purchasers kind of finished out the terms of the grant agreement, which it's basically just doing some energy reporting. So it's not tremendously cumbersome, but so it kind of gets tricky now. If the new business wanted to, buy the building and then do the project, that would possibly be an option, as long as if it's depending on what it is, if it's an energy efficiency project, then we have to have at least 12 months of historic utility bills, which I think David probably alluded to. If it's a renewable energy project, a lot of times, if it's going to be a kind of comparably used building, the new business can go back and maybe get access to those utility bills. I'm sure you've seen that before, haven't you, David? Where if somehow, if it's just like a remodeling type of situation or something, and there's maybe not utility bills, the renewable energy side could still potentially be eligible, but we have to review it as an energy generation project instead of an energy replacement. And it might cost it a few points in the score, but it wouldn't, I obviously, like a lot of this stuff, it's ultimately it's up to the business owner. I would never discourage someone not to apply just because they were maybe going to get a few points reduction. I will say.
But they could also do the B&I.
That's what I was kind of asking about, was the B&I side of it. They don't have to do the REAP, because if it's been sitting vacant, they wouldn't have the utility bills to compare it, but could they go for that B&I loan to take care of the upgrades?
We could certainly look at it, but possibly, yeah,
Okay.
possibly so.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, well, ever tax credits. Okay, so one of the things, maybe I failed to mention. We do not, when Mark was showing in his slide that, he had the tax credits, the accelerated depreciation and the regrant. I did tell you that we do not include those in the payback, but if you're approved for REAP, you still get all those other things. So we have seen that payback go from, the 16 that we calculate, because we can only include energy savings, to like 1.5 years that the solar installers claim, because they can legitimately add those things into the payback. So it's an incredibly good deal. But Kurt did, and we are not tax advisors. So I'll say this for Kurt, he will say it probably 20 times throughout his presentation. Consult your tax professionals, which is not us. It's not Travis either. So anyway, just make sure that they know what you're doing. so that you walk into this with everything with your eyes wide open. And that includes anything that the solar installers give you from their reports. That's like Travis and I can both attest, and we have seen some pretty sketchy ones where, you know, I'm like, okay, you're never gonna have that. But anyway, so. Yeah, Sir Kurt Foley.
Thank you. Yes, not a tax professional. Yes.
Do I need to do anything?
Nope, you're good. Thank you. So yeah, want to talk a little bit about some of the federal tax benefits that are available for energy projects. The investment tax credit, which Mark touched on for renewable projects. The 179D tax deduction for energy efficiency, and then a little more on that accelerated depreciation. So with the Inflation Reduction Act that was passed in 2022, they extended the investment tax credit and included some additional bonuses. So this applies to solar, small wind, or ground source heat pumps, if you're doing any of those projects. So you're guaranteed a base credit of 6%. And then there are certain metrics that you have to meet to add on these different bonuses. So they call it the 5-time bonus credit, get you up to that 30%, which everyone I think is probably familiar with. It's very simple to get up to that 30%. And we'll go through each of these. And then the domestic content can get you additional 10%. Mark touched on that a little bit. If you're located in an energy community, you can tack on another 10%. And then if you're in a low income community and your project meets certain requirements, you can get another 10 to 20%. So really you could get a tax credit anywhere from 6 to 70% of your project. So this tax credit begins to fade out or phase out in 2033. I think it steps down to maybe 26% and then 22%. But we've got some time. And this credit is non-refundable, but you can roll it over to future tax years. So if you don't use all of your tax credit in one tax year, you can roll that forward. I think you want to use that full tax credit before that phase out begins in 2023 or 2033. Okay, so as we go through this, we're just going to think of this as our project example that we're working with to get this tax credit. So we have a solar project. It's a 35 kilowatt system. All the equipment is manufactured in the US. We'll say this is located in Edna, Kansas in Labette County. And the system costs $100,000, okay? So to get this 5-time bonus, that will get you up to that 30%. All you need to do is have a project size less than 1 megawatt. Or if it's a ground source heat pump, less than 284 tons. Okay, so very easy to get that as long as you have less than 1 megawatt, which of the projects that we've assessed for solar, I don't think we've seen anything close to 1 megawatt. Okay, if you are above 1 megawatt, you could meet the prevailing wage and apprenticeship requirements. I don't know all the details on that, but I included a link if you want to investigate that further after we send these slides to you. Or if your project began prior to January 29th, 2023, which is passed. So with our project example, we have a 35 kilowatt system. We're already at that 30%, right? Because our system size is less than 1 megawatt. So with our project cost of $100,000, we're already at a $30,000 tax credit. So the domestic content bonus, Mark talked about this a little bit. 100% of the structural steel and iron has to be made in the US, and 40% of the manufactured product must be produced in the US. If you meet those requirements, you get an additional 10% on top of that 30, okay? And I've read that this had been somewhat complicated to get because the percentages were based off of the manufacturer's cost, which the manufacturer probably is going to make it difficult for you to find out what they're spending. But the IRS just put out some new guidance that I think makes it a little simpler to attain this additional bonus. So talk with your tax professional about this and make sure you work with your installer if you want to get this bonus. Make sure you're getting equipment that was manufactured in the US. So with our example project, all of our equipment was made in the US. So we get that additional 10%. Now we're up to 40% tax credit or $40,000 on this example project. All right, the energy community bonus, there's a few different ways you can qualify for this one, and we'll look at a couple of maps to make it a little easier. So if your project is located in a census tract or an adjoining tract that has had a coal mine closed since 2000, or has had a coal-fired power plant closed since 2010, you're considered an energy community and would qualify for this additional 10% bonus. Or your project site could be also a brownfield site. Okay, and we'll look at a map that shows us where those are. Or your project could be in an area with 0.17% direct employment related to fossil fuels. And higher than average unemployment. Okay, so if we meet just one of these criteria, we get that additional 10%. So this is a map of brownfield sites. So what we want to look at on here is just the small orange plus signs, forget the dark blue boundaries. So down here in Caney, it looks like we have maybe 2 or 3 brownfield sites in town. So if a project was located on one of those sites, you would qualify for this additional 10%. And then the energy community map. So the dark green is a census tract that has had a coal closure. The lighter green is one that is adjacent to a tract that has had a coal closure. And then the pink meets those fossil fuel employment and unemployment requirements. So with our example project, in Edna, Kansas, we're located in this tract here that I have clicked on. And so up here, it shows us that census tract in Wilbette County is considered an energy community because it directly adjoins that dark green tract, which it looks like it's in the Oklahoma side of the map. So we qualify for that 10% bonus. So we got another 10%, we're up to 50%. If our project is 35 kilowatts, all our equipment is made in the USA. And we're located, since we're in Edna, Kansas, we're located in an energy community. So we're up to a 50% tax credit or $50,000 on this example system. Okay. The final one, this one is a little bit more complicated. It requires a pre-application with the IRS. And then they will award you a certificate that says you qualify for this bonus. So this is only applicable to solar and wind projects. And so they have 4 different categories. So if you're located in a low-income community, located on Indian land, qualified low-income residential building project, or qualified low-income economic benefit project. So I'm not going to get into details on what each of those means, but I've included a link that will give you some more details if you're interested in learning more about this particular bonus. So with our example project, we didn't qualify for this one, so we end up with that 50% or $50,000 tax credit. So we can apply that to the tax year that our system is put into service and then roll it over from there if we're not able to use it all. Okay. Any questions on this one before we move on? Okay. Another thing they included with the Inflation Reduction Act is for tax exempt organizations. Mark touched on this a little bit. So tax exempt organizations can use what they're calling elective or direct pay to receive payment equal to the full value of the tax credit. So states, counties, cities, school districts, any tax exempt organization could get this tax credit. So the entity must own the property and they will need to file a tax return with the IRS. So you would have to do some pre-filing with registration with the IRS, providing information on your organization, the tax credits you're pursuing, and what projects would qualify. Okay, so that's it for the investment tax credit. The 179D tax deduction, this is for energy efficiency projects. So it could apply to lighting, HVAC, or building envelope projects. Your deduction level is going to depend on the amount of energy savings from the project. And this is eligible for new construction or retrofitted projects. And similar to the elective or direct pay, there is an avenue for tax exempt buildings to get this. So the design firm, the architect, the energy service consultant or whoever can take the deduction on behalf of the tax exempt organization and split that with the organization. I don't know all the details on that, but it is an avenue that people have been using. Okay, so the deduction levels are on a sliding scale. So you could get anywhere from $2.50 per square foot up to $5 per square foot if your project meets the prevailing wage and apprenticeship labor requirements. Okay, if your project does not meet those requirements, you could get anywhere from 50 cents up to $1 per square foot. So it's going to look at the overall building energy efficiency. And so your project must increase efficiency 25% to 50%. Okay, it needs to be 25 to 50% more efficient than the standard if it's new construction, or to the prior state of the building if it's a retrofitted project. Okay, and it's going to look at the entire building. So if you do a lighting project and you save 50% on your lighting energy use, that's not necessarily going to qualify. You have to look at the overall building energy use, not just individual systems.
Sure. So just wanted to tell you that when we come by and do your energy assessment, we will calculate the energy savings from the individual project. But then we also always include, I shouldn't say always, that's too black and white. We usually include a facility overall energy consumption, and we will match the two. So we didn't really know about this until Kurt was starting to do this research. So our reports will now say, based on that second table, your overall building energy is X% more efficient than it was. So you may be eligible for the once every 90 tax deduction. And then what are we gonna say?
Consult your tax.
Consult your tax professional. Okay.
I have a question to the tax professionals in the room.
Yeah.
Now, so do you provide your services to K-State Engineering Extension, provide services to nonprofit entities like municipal governments? Is that part of your scope?
It is part of one of our scopes.
Okay. All right, we'll visit offline.
Yeah. I know, we don't do any private.
Who qualifies for this?
Oh, for this.
For you to come out, evaluate the building, or something.
Okay, so for our scope, under the KCC, we do active producers and rural small businesses. We are also allowed to do nonprofit organizations. Under the KCC scope. Under the USDA RETAG, it's just going to be ag producers and rural small businesses. Yes.
So if it's not for profit, how is the tax credit benefiting them? Can they sell those tax credits?
That's what I understand.
So with the tax credit, the investment tax credit, there is an avenue called elective or direct pay, where if a school district is installing a solar PV system, they can claim the tax credit on that. They would have to own the installation. It can't be like a power purchase agreement or anything. And then they would need to file a tax return with the IRS, providing information on their organization, what tax credits they're pursuing, and what eligible projects qualify. And then, as I understand it, if, everything goes their way, they would receive a check equal to that tax credit amount.
As a donation to them? So what do they do with the tax credit if they don't pay taxes?
They get a check for that amount.
That they keep?
Yes,
If they pay their installer,
Yep, they could just apply that directly to the project and then their payback is reduced.
Well, I had a quick question on the, slide up there, it's talking about more efficient than standard.
Yes,
So if you're doing a modified, like adding something to a building that didn't have before, you can compare whatever new system you were putting into what a standard system would be.
Well, this says more efficient than standard or prior state of building.
Right.
So
Yeah.
what we do is we will look at the project that you did compared to the overall facility consumption. If it's more than 25 or 50%, you would be eligible. There are some modeling systems out there, like ASHRAE has a building standard that they could also look at for that, but we wouldn't use that. We would use the prior building.
So in order to get anything related to the standard one, you have to find somebody who will go in and do that standard.
Yeah.
yeah, who could model it for you?
So.
Yep.
So let's say you had an old school that has been bought by a not-for-profit, and they are, rebuilding it to, have it like a halfway house for, people getting out of prison. So, and it's a not-for-profit. So they've got to do all of the remodeling and everything. Is this something this will benefit them?
Potentially this 179D. So it would be a little bit more complicated on that end because whoever's designing or whatever design firm is doing the retrofit for them, that organization would have to claim the deduction and then share it with the tax exempt organization. So it would kind of be a deal between those two parties. As I understand it.
As we are.
Yes, please talk with the tax professional. Yeah. Okay, and then, so just a couple of examples here. If you have a 10,000 square foot facility and your energy project saves 25%, you would get that $2.50 per square foot if you meet those prevailing wage requirements. So you would end up with a $25,000 tax deduction. So that 10,000 square feet times the 250. If you have a 5,000 square foot facility and your project saves 40% on the energy use, you would then get that $4 per square foot if you meet the prevailing wage requirements, ending up with a $20,000 tax deduction. If that helps clarify anything. So there are two ways to determine energy savings. So you can model the energy use of the entire building and compare that to ASHRAE 90.1 standard. That would be most applicable for new construction, and you would have to use an IRS approved software. The overall building energy use must be at least 25% more efficient than that ASHRAE standard. For retrofits, there's an alternative method where you can do an energy use intensity study. So that would be looking at the amount of energy used per square foot in the building. You could use the Energy Star Portfolio Manager database to complete that. That's a free database online that we use pretty often. It's very simple to use. You would just need to enter 24 months of your utility usage prior to your project. And then 12 months of the utility usage after the project to make that energy use comparison. So you would need at least a 25% improvement from the prior state of the building to qualify.
Now, just another, I guess, not necessarily a point of clarification, but usually, so the USDA in their REAP applications will allow anywhere from 1 to 6 years of energy bills. We usually only gather 1 year because it's a pain to put in 6 years worth when we're only going to use 1 year's worth for comparison. But we are allowed to go to a 6-year average. We just don't typically do that. So if we have a 1-year utility bill and we put in our report, hey, based on our calculations, you may be eligible for this 179D tax credit. we would, to meet this, we would have to require another year to put that in there so that we meet that 2 years. And we'll have to put all that in portfolio management, but that's doable, that's all.
Are these tax credits just specific to USDA funded projects, or are they applicable, it's like a federal, just.
Yeah, federal tax credit. So that's it for the 179D. The accelerated depreciation, it was updated with the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. It was increased to 100% from 2017 to 2022. So you could depreciate 100% of whatever equipment, eligible equipment, in the year you placed it in service. So the depreciation is currently in a phase out. So each year it's decreasing by 20%. So in 2024, you can depreciate up to 60% of that cost in the year you put it in service. So there are certain requirements up there that, make it eligible to be depreciated. The property must be of the specified type, whatever that means. I linked to the IRS explanation of that. It must be new, but there are some exceptions for used equipment. And it must be placed into service the same year you're claiming the depreciation. And acquired after September 2017, when that act was passed. So just some examples of what you can depreciate: machinery, equipment, buildings, vehicles, furniture, computer software. So if you did a solar project, you could depreciate all the equipment. You can't depreciate the labor that is included in that, but the panels, the inverters, the racking system, all of that stuff. Okay, so that's it for the federal side of things. Just wanted to mention a few state tax exemptions. Utility sales tax exemption, renewable energy property tax exemption, and a waste heat utilization system exemption. So for the Kansas utility sales tax exemption, electricity, gas, or water may be exempt from sales tax depending on the use of the utility. So the only way I figured this one out was we did a site assessment at a pizza place. And they had natural gas fired ovens. Reviewing their natural gas bills, I noticed there were no taxes applied to any of it. So I just dug a little deeper and figured out they had applied for this and received it. And the ovens was the only thing that used natural gas in their facility. So 100% of their natural gas use was not taxed by the state because it was considered an ingredient or component part of the pizzas that they were making. So another example that they use is water. If you're a beverage manufacturer, the water included in soda could be exempt from state sales tax. So if you're interested in getting your utilities, yes.
So if you're providing utilities on an apartment complex, for that whole thing?
I don't know. Maybe not with the two examples that he used because you're not manufacturing them. So they are making something. And because the utilities were used for the making of that product, it was not.
Yeah.
So who would tell you whether it wasn't
Your tax professional.
Yeah. You can, so this is through the Kansas Department of Revenue. So if you have questions about this form or this process, you can email Kansas Department of Revenue or give them a call just to clarify. So to get this,
You said that somewhat flippantly, but what did the small business development center, what, they have some information on that?
Gosh, that would be a great question for Amy, who just happened to step out.
She knew that my question was coming up.
I think that's.
We had shown her these slides that I haven't tried. Man, she just booted out.
She's like, I anticipate questions, I'm out of here. But no, we can certainly look into that to find out for sure. Yeah.
yeah, because the pizza place that we did was, I think, in Arma.
Okay.
So she might know. So to get this, you would have to complete Form ST 28B for each meter and submit it to your utility. So it's on the business owner to figure this out. So you'll need to complete a worksheet per meter to determine the percent of usage that should be exempt from tax. So it's on you to figure out what percentage of your utility use can be exempt. So this is the only example of a worksheet that I could find, so it's kind of on you to create your own if you're going after this. But if you're wanting to exempt your electricity use, you'll have to go through and identify any device in your facility that uses electricity. Record the quantity, the rating, power rating of the device, estimated hours of use, the load factor, number of days, and then figure out your kilowatt hours from there. So they do recommend using a plumber or electrician if you're working on completing this, just to make sure you're getting it all. And then you submit it to your utility. And then there's information for Kansas Department of Revenue if you want to contact them to ask any clarifying questions. So the renewable energy property tax exemption. This exempts renewable. Oh, yep.
And just to reiterate, everybody will get these slides. So we'll give them to Melissa and she'll, if you don't get them, it's Melissa's fault.
No, it's Aaron's fault if you don't get it.
All right. So renewable energy property tax exemption exempts renewable energy equipment from property taxes to the first 10 taxable years immediately following putting that equipment into service. So sometimes if you do a solar installation, it may increase the value of your property. But your renewable energy equipment will be exempt from that property tax. And 100%, it's 100% exemption for that renewable energy equipment.
Is that through a tax credit? I probably need to ask a tax professional, but that wouldn't be something that the county assessor's office would get into. It would be a tax credit you would get back.
I am not, certainly not, but to me, tax exempt is way different than a tax credit.
Yeah, I would think of it more of like a deduction.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, I got you. Yeah, but it's on property tax, not on your income taxes. So it would be, you'd have to work it out with your assessor's office.
So,
Okay,
yeah, speak to the assessors.
right, yeah, okay, or your tax return.
Yes.
We just let you know what's up.
For that.
And then the exemption for the waste heat utilization system, a little different. 55% of the amortizable costs of the system are exempt for the first taxable year. 5% for the next 9 years. I know,
Whatever that is.
yeah.
What is a waste heat utilization system?
So if you have equipment in your facility that produces a lot of heat, you can capture that heat. Rather than letting it just enter the atmosphere, you capture it and put it to use. Okay. Any other?
Hey, Kurt, and I apologize, I am going to ambush you with this question. Only because you and I, which you also don't know, may be doing a site assessment in Cherryvale on Sunday on our way to Gerard. For windows. There used to be rebates on Energy Star certified windows. Did you look at anything with the Energy Star rebates at all?
No, not for this specifically, but anytime I've looked at the rebate finder, I've not really come up with much in Kansas.
Okay. We will look at that before the site visit that he doesn't know about. And if there is, we'll let you know, and maybe you want to get a different.
Right, okay, thank you.
Okay.
So this is an exciting new partnership that we have. And this is gonna sound ironic, but at K-State, because we're a K-State organization and THSR and the Technical Assistance to Brownfields is a K-State organization. But you know how you get in a big organization and neither partner knows, you know, the other one exists, but you're all working towards the same thing. So that's kind of what we are and what we do. So, you know, K-State's a big organization. I've actually known about the technical assistance to Brownfields for a very long period of time. But we recently joined up on a new grant, and part of that is more education and outreach on what the technical assistance to Brownfields does. And since we are doing a rural development grant, which talks about economic viability for a region as opposed to just a small business, and many of the towns in this region may have some brownfield sites, we said, hey, you should come over and talk to us. So here she is, Maggie from the Technical Assistance to Brownfield.
Great, thanks, David. I'm very happy to be here and excited, and I am gonna put you on the spot later on, I promise. So yeah, as David mentioned, we are also associated with K-State. We've been the TAB program, I guess, has been at K-State for a little over 20 years now. And so, which button? Wait.
It gets weird when we.
There we go. Okay, so Kurt mentioned during his, tax credit that if you have a brownfield site, you get an extra 10%. How many of you were thinking, what is a brownfield? I don't even know what that is. But you have probably all seen properties like this in your community. Or maybe some of these properties. And typically what we find with these properties is either the current owner or new owners, they've just been ignored, neglected, underutilized for whatever reason. Oftentimes it's because there's maybe some potential environmental hazard, either known or maybe even perceived. If it was an old gas station, are there storage tanks there? Is there contamination? If it's an old downtown, even storefront building, is it, full of asbestos and lead-based paint? And so people don't want to have to deal with that when they are looking at, investing in a property to do something with. And so it really has stalled, redevelopment projects over time. And so brownfields have been around since really the 80s. And as kind of a outcome of all the surplus, Superfund, and then RCRA requirements, some small businesses, they just couldn't afford to upgrade or do things, so they just left. They're like, yep, we're done. And then nobody wanted to clean them up because of that environmental issue. So they've just been vacant for years and years. And so in 2002, they actually passed a brownfields law that provides funding for communities, nonprofits, local governments, to reinvest in these neglected properties. And so when we think of brownfields, further defined, it's really can be any property. Distressed properties, with possible or real environmental contamination, that has some still life in it and some potential reuse. This is the legal definition. It's very flexible though, based on, the presence or potential presence of any hazardous substance, pollutant, or contaminant. So again, it can be anything. We've even worked on a couple projects where pigeon poop, because there was so much of it, it was creating a toxic environment. They got brownfield cleanup dollars to address that in a building. So sometimes we can get a little creative, which is fun. Another thing to think about with brownfields, we get asked this question all the time. Is there a database or a site that lists all the brownfields in the state of Kansas? No. The reason is communities really define their brownfield sites, and it's because the definition is so flexible. It's really, just any property that has been underutilized or set vacant, that somebody is looking to invest in and redevelop. And if there's a concern for some environmental hazard, it's a brownfield. Here's just some examples that we see in a lot of probably Kansas communities, even old rail lines. We've worked on before, and vacant lots, fill. If there is a site in your community that you know is already enrolled in, say, a state program, or it's already receiving some type of environmental corrective action, it's not eligible for brownfield dollars or funds, but anything else is. And so there's lots of brownfields funding available. And by kicking your property into, say, the brownfields term or world, really affords you several benefits. It offers liability protections, from, you know, the state and or federal coming after property owner being like, oh, hey, I identified contamination, you own the property, now you're responsible. If you go through the brownfields process and do your environmental due diligence, you're protected, from that happening. Did you have a question?
Can you partner with funding with other funding?
Yes. Yep. Absolutely. And then another advantage, to kind of going through the brownfields process is, the community really needs to be involved in the process. And so what that does is it just ensures that your project is a success. I don't know how many of you may have experience starting with a project and maybe the community hasn't been aware, or they don't know what's going on. And they, you know, maybe show up at city council and then start throwing a fit and a project can get stalled or delayed. And so having that communication with the community up front overall is sort of a requirement. It's something we help with, and can really just help make sure that your projects are successful. Brownfields are also a good opportunity to, you know, make improvements to your community, remove blight, address those properties that, you know, may be posing public health or safety concerns. It encourages, you know, redevelopment or infill of properties versus, you know, expanding out into greenfields, and taking up that space. And brownfields affords sometimes that key leverage funding to get you to that next step on a project. And I'll talk about that here in a little bit. There's also a lot of money tied to brownfield sites. And for eligible entities, it's free. I mean, it may take, you know, I guess some of your time to apply for an application or to reach out to the TAB program or the state brownfields program. But once you get those funds, it's free. And those are just some stats about how much money is available, and the average dollar invested, for every dollar of EPA brownfields funds spent on assessment or cleanup of a property equates to about $20 leveraged. And so it's a great way to invest back into your community. And so what is the TAB program? The TAB program is a technical assistance to brownfields community program. We are funded through the US EPA Brownfields program. So it's a national program. There are currently 6 TAB providers to support communities all across the US. At Kansas State, we have an EPA is divided up into 10 regions. K-State, we have 4 of those 5 regions. So all of those states there in purple on the map. Again, we are based in Manhattan, Kansas, but we have several staff that also work remotely for us. And we just hired some new staff. And so now I can say we have at least 1 or 2 individuals actually that live and work in each of the regions we serve. And so that's been really good for us. Since we are an EPA funded program, all the services that we are able to offer or provide to a community is at absolutely no cost to the community. We really focus on helping communities build capacity to see and realize change in, you know, redevelopment, their downtowns or single properties. And we do that through outreach and education or providing community site specific assistance. Outreach and education can vary. We do a lot of similar to what Dave's group and Kurt are doing today. We put on a lot of educational workshops. I would say very similar to this format. We usually start with the brownfields first, but then bring in all these other partners and players of how you can leverage different grants and different finances to meet your redevelopment goals. We can do virtual trainings as well. We can do stuff keep it also very simple, very small. I've given multiple presentations to even city councils. I was actually here in Caney in 2018. Just talking about brownfields and what that looks like and how you can get involved. We can have bigger conferences, workshops, things like that. Community-specific support the tab offers is overarching. Up here is just a list, I would say, of probably our more common requests that we get, but we're really open. As long as there's a brownfields tie and, a community goal or vision towards a goal, we can usually help and find that support. I like to say that we at KSU tab, we like to fill that gap. So if you're working on a project and you've hit a stumbling block, what is needed to get that project back moving? That could be as simple as, defining a reuse for a particular site or a downtown corridor. Maybe it's having a market study evaluated, identifying additional funding sources that you can apply for to meet your redevelopment goals. Whatever that kind of gap is, we can come in and help you fill that gap so you can move forward. We have a wide coverage area, as you saw, and we at KSU are pretty limited in staff, but we have a network of over 40 partners located all across the US, various levels of experience and expertise. We have planners, we have architects, landscape architects, economists, we have tribal experts, real estate finance experts. We also have some partners that really focus on clean energy. And, right now we have RMI, they're based out of Boulder, Colorado. We've been working on them for a couple years now with the Brightfields initiative. So brownfields to Brightfields, they're developing cohorts. We have a series of webinars and things like that. So if there's a lot of talk about solar earlier this morning. If that's something you're interested in and you kind of maybe want to take a deeper dive into what that means, and especially if you have a brownfields property or like a closed landfill, reach out to me and I can connect you. The cohorts are really good for that because they take different communities that might be in different levels of the process and kind of talk amongst themselves with RMI leading the discussions. Is the site even good for solar? Things like that. And then once you're ready to maybe take the next steps, what does that look like? So the next few slides are just going to kind of cover some examples of activities, services that we provide. Community engagement is, I'd say, community engagement and economic support, I'd say are our two biggest areas where we receive the most requests. Community engagement takes on many different forms. We can do in person, we can help facilitate online questionnaires, different methods just to get the community either engaged in a particular project or site, and help define, a vision or a goal. These can be site specific, they can be neighborhood, they can be a corridor, downtown area, whatever, the community needs or for. In the city of Beloit, population, I think about 3,500, we did a downtown visioning. It actually started with one particular property that was on the other side of the railroad tracks. It was disconnected from their downtown, but it was adjacent to their park. And so that was the Brownfields property that kind of got it kicked into the Brownfields program and tab services. But then we expanded it to downtown visioning, how you can connect really downtown to the park through this property. And so we did a series of community engagement activities. And as an outcome, the city itself kind of realigned what they were thinking, and they put more emphasis on improving access to the park, They made actual improvements to some of their downtown spaces based on the outputs and the renderings that were developed. They took this particular project, we also incorporated a fall course from the Kansas State Landscape Architecture Program, and so the students actually did some of the designs. And one of the student groups came up with a theme of be Beloit. And so be happy, be creative, the city actually took it, and now if you go downtown, their flags, each one says something different, and they took that theme and progressed it forward. So for us, that was really exciting. And then as an outcome, they also started work on expanding their city's trails network. We also did some community visioning in Marysville, again, also using a fall studio through the Landscape Architecture and Planning Program. In Marysville, they focused on their downtown and they focused on the old railroad depot site to just come up with reuse design concepts. We also provided a resource funding roadmap for the city of Marysville that went along with the reuse kind of vision redevelopment. So in addition to getting, kind of visuals of what can be seen, which can go a long way in providing support or even gathering funding. Sometimes for some grants, they want to know what's that reuse? What's that end goal? So if they're giving you money, they know something's going to happen with it. If that's a gap you need filled, that's something we can do. We can help you define that vision, set those goals, and even create, visual concepts. We also do these resource funding roadmaps that will identify all the different types of funding that might be available for your project. It lays them out kind of in order. It talks about the applications when they're due, who to contact, if there is a match, what is that match requirement? And then sometimes it even goes through, and it goes just beyond Brownfields, the resource funding roadmap. It goes to, a lot, it'd be transportation, sidewalks, whatever. Because what we see, and I'm sure you guys too, even if it's just one site, that's a catalyst for overall community improvements. It's not just about this one site. It's a much bigger, larger issue or picture that needs to be identified. Joplin, Missouri, same way. They had an old train depot also. So we did some community reuse visioning, met with local government officials, stakeholders, and came up with some renderings. This was done about a year ago, and the city took the conceptual plans, and then again, some of the funding matrix that we had put together. They ended up creating an RFP to go out to bid for private developers to say, hey, this is what we want. Who wants to come in and do this project with us? And that is it's being out right now. And I can't remember, I think the RFP closes maybe the end of September. And so that's something else. For Brownfields funding, you do have to be an eligible entity. So local governments, municipalities, nonprofits, regional councils, quasi-governmental organizations. Brownfields funding is not for private entities or business owners. However, if you do have a property owner or you do have a private business or individual that is looking to redevelop something, you can partner with one of the eligible entities and they can apply on that private entity's behalf. And that's why I had asked that question earlier, Dave, for some of these energy audits, and maybe we can talk about this more, but if it is a private business that's looking into it, if it's part of a larger community revitalization and it happens to be a Brownfields property, we might be able to send you guys out under our funding to do that energy assessment. If that's a gap that's needed to apply for leverage funding is how we would phrase it. So that's something we can talk about. We also did some work up in Blue Rapids, same thing, just helping them come up with plans to redefine their square. And these are just some examples of some simple renderings, visualizations. From an economic standpoint, we can conduct feasibility studies on properties or downtown corridors. Especially on some of, those older buildings, abandoned schools or larger footprints, how feasible is it to do a particular reuse or to bring it up to code or to do certain things? We do a lot of highest and best use market analysis. So, you may have a vision, there may be a great reuse idea in mind, but can the market really support it? Will it be successful? Understanding what that is and looks like, we can perform those at no cost. I mentioned the resources roadmap. We also sometimes do resource roundtables. And what that is we tap into a panel of our partners of experts, and people come pitch their projects and can just say, here's the site or here's the area, here's what we've done to date, now we're stuck. What are your thoughts, recommendations for going forward? We can do that. We provide grant application support for applying for EPA Brownfields grants. They have a national competition every year for communities to apply for assessment. So if you're just wanting to assess properties, they have cleanup grants. So if you are looking to rehab or redevelop a property that does have some environmental hazard, whether that's asbestos, or maybe there is some soil contamination in the ground left over. Lead-based paint's pretty common. After they scrape it, you have lead in the soil, petroleum. You can apply for a cleanup grant to address that. And then we can also do fact sheets. So if you have a property that, again, you're trying to entice a developer or some private entity to come into your community and invest, we can help create, like a property marketing fact sheet. Focused on that. So that's a lot of the kind of one-on-one engagement support that we do. We also have a webpage full of resources. And we have several e-tools that we can go over. One of the tools we have is the Brownfields Community Capacity Assessment. So if you're just kind of diving into Brownfields and I would like to say, I mean, we are funded, I am funded through the Brownfields program at EPA. And again, Brownfields, you define what a brownfield is in your community. And so a lot of our tools and resources are geared towards brownfields. However, this can be used for anything. This can be used, the next few tools that I'm going to go over, they can be used really for any site or any project. So what the community capacity assessment does is it's kind of an evaluation or self-grade card where you can rate yourself and focused on 3 categories: leadership, meaning, the local leaders that are in charge, how engaged are they? Do they understand about economic redevelopment? What are their thoughts? Are they, supportive or not? And just kind of see, where your community is at on that scale. It evaluates partnerships. How involved are people in the community, partners, business owners, property owners, just local groups. And then is there any redevelopment? Is there tangible change happening in your community? And you rate yourself on that scale for each of those categories and see maybe where you're lacking or where you could use maybe some type of assistance to help you get to a level where you can start realizing some of those changes. We also have a community benefits calculator. This is a new tool that we just released a couple months ago. And the intent behind it is to help communities evaluate what it looks like for their investment in a particular property. So it has a lot of fields that you can input a lot of data into, such as if you are gonna use grants to fund a particular component, are there tax incentives that can be applied to a particular project? How many jobs might be generated versus what a public or even private investment might look like? And then it populates into a project summary and you can kind of evaluate, is this a good project and a good public investment, or is it not? We also have an online tool called the Brownfields Inventory Tool. And it is a site inventory data management tool. Again, it was initially established for brownfield sites, but it can be used for anything, any site. We have some users that even use it to track complaints when they get, they saw somebody dumping something or somebody was burning something. It has an area where you can keep track of complaints and if you go inspect a property. I'm not getting into the weeds on that today, but if you are interested, let me know and we can do a walkthrough. But it's essentially just, it's free to use. It's available online and it's just a way for you to keep track of your sites. You can put site address, you can put the property owner information in there. You can upload photos, documents associated with the site. You can import and export data really easily. So if you're looking for maybe, some type of management system to help you identify sites, it's a great tool. Yes.
So do you open an account with a password, meaning that once you populate that, it's still just you?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh. well,
Yes.
okay.
So, no, that's perfect. It is free. You do need to have a KSU tab account. Those are free, easy to get, but is password protected. So any data that you store in BIT is your data. It does have a feature that you can add participants. So if you do have a couple people working on the same project and you want to share that information, that is a feature and a capability. There are two options when you add a participant. One is you can give somebody full admin function, so they can do everything that you can do. They can make edits, they can delete things. There is also I think it's a read only or view only option. So if you are wanting to share information stored there, but you don't want anyone else to manipulate the data, you can do that also. But it ultimately, whoever creates a program and the site information in BIT, yes, they own the data and they are responsible for sharing it or not. It also we do have an app called BIT Mobile. So if you are, that syncs with the online version. So if you're, driving by and you happen to see a site or you see something, you can take a picture, save it. When you get back home or in the office, you can upload it to a particular site. You can get GPS coordinates using the mobile feature. And again, free to use. So tab services, how do you get a hold of us? There's no formal application. We are very informal. I have some business cards and brochures. You just call us, send us an email, tell us a little bit about your project or your needs. We set up a time to talk about it. Is it a good fit? Is it eligible for what we do? If it's not, we find someone or connect you with the resource that can help you. And then we decide what the appropriate scope of work is and then get started. So pretty simple. So that's a lot of tab, what we can do. And I think through this partnership that is new, but we're exploring, I think we'll be able to even do a lot. I'm excited. I was taking lots of notes about some of the stuff you guys do, so I'm very excited. Other just brownfield resources that might be helpful to know about is there are state and federal programs out there for environmental site assessments. So earlier I mentioned about those liability protections. How do you get that on a particular site? You do that by performing environmental due diligence, meaning having a phase 1 environmental site assessment done before a property transaction occurs. Phase 1 is non-invasive. It's mainly it's looking at the historical uses, a site visit, kind of look around just to evaluate, are there any potential environmental hazards that may be an issue? That you would want to know up front before taking on a property anyway. You can get those done for free through the state Kansas Department of Health and Environment Brownfields program. Seth Metling is the Brownfields coordinator. He's amazing and wonderful. EPA Region 7, that's based in Lenexa, Kansas, they also can offer free phase 1 environmental assessments at no cost to communities. And then based on the results of a phase 1, if it's, yeah, there might be, cause for some environmental hazard, that's when a phase 2 might be warranted, and that's where they would actually maybe go take, asbestos samples. They might have to collect some soil or groundwater samples just to evaluate. Again, you can get those done at no cost through the state or through EPA. The state of Kansas does have some very limited cleanup funds. I know, and so that's an option. At a bigger scale, if you have a bigger site for bigger cleanup, the EPA, they do have a federal grant competition every year. Solicitations usually come out in the fall, August, September-ish. Applications are usually due before Thanksgiving. Sometimes they have them due after Thanksgiving, literally right after Thanksgiving, which is poor, but that's okay. And it's very competitive, but if you have a great project, and you can document some leverage funding through other sources, and you can get help from us. Every year, in the past several years, overall, like across the nation, I think there's usually anywhere from like 650 to 800 applications that get submitted, and about a third get funded. We usually, in our regions, on average, we support 80 to 100 communities, and we're at about like a 60% success rate for applicants that we help. So if that is something you're entertaining, definitely reach out and we can talk about that. The cool thing right now with cleanup grants, there is usually a 20% cost match. But right now, through the IRA funding, the infrastructure law funding, that grant requirement is waived. So you can apply for cleanup dollars right now and not have to match it, which is pretty exciting. Yeah.
So we had a situation in the spring where we were looking for some of that state funding to help with the cleanup, but they had already depleted their funds for the year.
Yeah.
Would you have still had funds available? I mean, is it like the same funding stream that you guys are going through, or should we have called you when they told us they were out of funds?
No, we are different. And in fact, we don't perform assessments, and we don't have cleanup dollars. No.
Okay, you can just kind of help.
We're in that technical assistance realm.
Okay.
So we provide the assistance. Same with, and we can connect you with resources to get some of this done, but we ourselves don't do the work or don't have funds.
Okay.
Same with, let's say you are looking for a market analysis. We would use one of our partners to come and do the analysis for you, to have it done. So you still get it, but some people think it's a grant. It's not really a grant. If that makes sense. Yep. And then the US EPA Region 7, they also provide through their land revitalization program. They can do very similar technical assistance scopes that we do. Theirs, I would say, tend to be, from what I've seen, larger scale, or sometimes we work together on timing, capacity issues. If they can get to it before we can, they may take it, or they may start a project and then kick it to us, and, to carry forward and go on. So the Brownfields program overall is, it's a voluntary program, so you don't have to be into it. There are a lot of advantages to diving into Brownfields, especially in that realm of economic redevelopment, community revitalization. And we all work really well together, and it's really a lot of fun. And there's no pressure. We like to say there's no emergencies in Brownfields because they're Brownfields. They were here 20 years ago. They'll be there tomorrow. It's okay. So here's my contact information, and Jacob Roeder provides support to communities in Region 7, which includes Kansas communities. And then I went ahead and included Seth's contact information up there. He's the state of Kansas Brownfields coordinator. And in fact, they are doing well, KDHE does an environmental conference scheduled the week of August 6th this year in Wichita. And we're doing a half-day, like Brownfields Resource Roundtable workshop from 9 to noon on August 6th. And we have the event information on our webpage. So if anybody is interested in learning more, or maybe you have a particular site or project and you're wanting to get maybe some specific questions answered, and you're available August 6th, you should come join us in Wichita. Does anybody have any questions? Yes.
Mary, could you back up on that last slide? I cannot read the telephone numbers.
Oh, okay. So my number is 785-532-0782.
And in sense,
785-296-5519.
okay, thank you.
That was impressive. She wasn't even reading that. She just knew it.
That's number.
It used to be my number. That's
Oh.
fine. I was a state Brownfields coordinator for several years.
Oh, big face day.
So are there brownfield sites in southeast Kansas?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. The site right.
I'm
over-
just curious.
Yeah,
I've heard about brownfield for the last 3 years, didn't know what it was.
the former grocery store.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's a Brownfield site. We actually, I don't want to say we, but, through the state Brownfields program, phase 1 and phase 2 environmental assessments have been done on that property.
Okay.
And I think, yeah, there were a couple, that Kurt had identified. They're everywhere. Again, and there's not a list. I mean, KDHE does have a database for all their sites. Storage tank sites, RCRA sites, any site that is enrolled in any state program that has an environmental issue. And brownfields is a category, but the only sites listed are those that have already been assessed or evaluated, but that doesn't mean those are the only brownfield sites.
So we can identify as one potentially and then call you and try to make it happen.
Yes, essentially, yes, yes.
So I was telling Patty Ann this morning, we had a Methodist church donated to the county, Elk County. And, this church, great building, but it had a mold problem. And so I contacted Seth and he came out, they did this swab, you know, and determined that it was not toxic mold. They looked for asbestos and lead-based paint. Completely free. Within a week, they were, you know, they did this and it was amazing, you know, to just know what we had. And to know it from an expert, not from the community person that says, oh, you'll die if you go in there, you know.
Yeah.
If it's toxic mold, it's black mold. Well, it is
Exactly.
black colored, but it is not, you know, toxic. mold.
Yep, and sometimes that's all that it is that initial, so then
From Seth's office.
From Seth's
From
office, yep.
KDHE Brownfields.
Yeah.
So that's a little confusing too, the KDHE Brownfield deal versus what you do.
Yeah.
You're two separate.
we're two separate entities. We offer two separate services. The state program, they're the ones that can come out and actually do the assessments. They will do workshops, they'll do education, they usually coordinate, we coordinate a lot on that. And we do a lot of that other piece, the helping define goals, redevelopment, visioning, some of the market pieces, helping to identify other resources. We do work very closely with them, so if like you were to reach out to me, I might be like, contact Seth, or you reach out to Seth, he may be, oh, no, you need to reach out to Tab, and then we just work together and figure out who is the best to provide the need to meet the request.
So I have a question. I know brownfield stuff you're discussing. Not private ownership. So I have a person that I was working with who had some flaking tanks that was found to be lead back. But because it is a smaller, just two apartments over a commercial building in down area. Even reaching out to KDHE, I was running into problems with finding anybody to provide direction, even to find somebody to come in and do, a cleanup and take care of it. Who in a situation like that would we be able to reach out to try to get help, and you can't find anybody who's willing to come to an area, town too small, to provide services?
Oh, for like lead paint in general, or,
Right, brother hazardous where you have to have somebody certified to be able to do any remediation.
yeah,
But most of the people who are certified aren't gonna willing to come out to a small area with a small job. So you're running the catch-22, if you've got something, you have to have a certified person to do,
do.
but you can't find anybody who's willing to do it. to help it.
And apartments above commercial, I think are tricky. In general, in the state of Kansas, if it is residential lead and that's all you're doing and you are removing it and disposing of it, if it's considered household, you don't have to have a certified contractor to do it. You can do it yourself. And KDHE does have it's through their Healthy Homes program website, but they even have like some checklists of best practices that you can do. But for residential, it falls out of that requirement.
Even if you're the property owner and you're renting it to someone else, so it's not your residence, that's your business is being a property management company. Even in that situation, it still falls under the Healthy Homes, you think?
You have to be, unless it's your home. And you hire someone to work on it. Residential, they have to be.
They have to be certified.
Even as a property management company, if I bring somebody to visit therapy, I have to make.
Because that's a business.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah,
So
now
that's the catch-22.
that's the catch-22.
Right, and that's the situation that we're running into. If you've got a job where it's, 4 window frames that need straight and painted,
Right.
but there's nobody that's certified that's around the country to do a job that small. Where do I find the resources to try to get some?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Business opportunity for somebody.
It is.
To become certified.
I would say that's something that you would definitely could kick to us, and I'll take it back and I'll maybe even do a little research and see, and reach out to other people and see what they're doing. Cause we can receive and we do field those type of inquiries all the time.
Thank you.
There's also, and we don't have any slides on it, sorry. Even though I said, hey, we should include this, because I said that and then I forgot. Wichita State University, is home of the new Heartland Environmental Justice Technical blah, 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 Assistance Center or something. They call it the Heartland EJ Kickback. And it is for communications just like that. So let me get with you and, we'll look up that Heartland EJ contact info and, I'll do that. I kind of forgot about that. Okay,
I do too.
but now we mentioned it, so we get to claim it on the quarterly report. Okay.
We do.
That's the way we do things. All right, well, thank you very much, Amy.
Yes,
Appreciate it.
thank you.
Yeah, and let me tell you, this individual is one of the unsung heroes of America, as far as I'm concerned, because I do not like it hot, and I do not like it humid. And, this gentleman is from the industry that, makes me comfortable, so I appreciate that very much. And when you look beyond just my own selfish needs, and you consider what they do, for the community, for our quality of life, but, you could even say, the planet, because they're making things work better for us. So we have to, we use less resources to create that cooling. So it all works out together. So one of the things I want to show you to tie it to this economic viability. So I showed you these. Was it the profit margin? What are you looking? I thought it was the one of the horrible just go to this one, the slide 11. Yeah. So if you have a facility that looks like this. I don't know why it doesn't do that, just hit enter, yeah. And you don't call in an HVAC person, who are you hurting? You're hurting yourself, okay? But say that you're this person and you're like, and you just make the assumption, whatever I do here is gonna cost so much that I'm never gonna benefit. So you don't call the HVAC person, who else are you hurting? Yourself, but who else? You don't call Brian.
You're hurting Brian.
You're hurting Brian. Brian's part of a business, right? So in calling Brian over and having him help you, you're not only helping yourself, you're helping Brian, which is in part helping the entire community from an economical viability perspective. There's no downside to calling Brian. Yes, you will have to pay money. You are going to recoup that money. And you're going to have a ripple effect outward into the community. So with that, Brian, come on up and share your insights and wisdom with us. Now, Brian did have an emergency, so he has not.
I've been on the road since 6 this morning.
Yeah. He has some stuff, so we're not gonna have a PowerPoint presentation.
One of the things I thought about with coming in and talking here is curiosity of everybody in the room. One of the things we have to do on our end is we have to curb the techno babble. We're used to it, we've been around it a long time, so we try to get it to where it's understandable and what we can talk to. One thing I'll talk about with this picture up here, anytime you have an indoor cool that freezes up, it's one of two things. It's either the indoor unit starving from refrigerant or it's low on airflow. There's a interesting statistic out in the industry that's been out there for many, many years, that a system that is undercharged by 24%. So if a system holds 10 pounds of refrigerant, if it's about 2.5 pounds of refrigerant, you have a 53% efficiency loss. So you're gonna pay 50% more to run that unit at 2 pounds low on refrigerant. So if your bill's normally $200 to cool your house for that month, it's gonna be $300. So what he was talking about does actually work. We are in an industry where we're not miles per gallon. They don't throw a number at us, and it's good luck on getting that number that's at 45 miles an hour and you're not going up any hills. We're not that industry. When they say it's more efficient, it is absolutely more efficient as long as it's installed correctly. Our industry back in the late 80s started looking at some stuff. We have to size air conditioners for the hottest day of the year and furnaces for the coldest day of the year. 97% of the time, 98, 99% of the time, it's not that temperature outside. So in the late 80s, on the residential side, and this will affect small businesses because a lot of what we put into small businesses are split systems that are actually designed for residential settings. Sometimes we do package units on the roof. A lot of this technology crosses over, but they understood that they don't need 100% of the capacity the majority of the time, so they introduced two-stage equipment. And part of what I wanted to talk about today was partial load capacity and how that affects us and how it affects us on the energy side, also how it affects us on the comfort side. So Lennox was the first one on the residential side to produce a two-stage air conditioner. It's called an HS14. I've actually worked on, I've been in the industry for over 30 years. And they ran at 50% capacity and 100% capacity. But what happens in that situation, what they come to understand is when it's running on low, it's actually rated higher on efficiency than when it's running on high. The weight of air for a cubic foot of air doesn't change. It doesn't matter. Only thing that changes is how much you're actually moving. So hot, humid days, the air will weigh a little more. When you're dried out in a home, it'll weigh a little less because humidity has weight, which is actually water. A lot of people know that the first air conditioner ever invented was made to be a dehumidifier. It's made by Carrier Willis, or Willis Carrier, excuse me. And he was in upstate New York. There's a publishing company that wanted to be able to print for 12 months out of the year. 3 to 6 months out of the year, it couldn't print because it was too humid. So they hired Mr. Carrier to, basically invent a dehumidifier. And he dehumidified the building, and the byproduct of that was it cooled down the building, and that was when modern air conditioning was born. So on the partial load capacity, getting back to that, I printed off some stuff and I was in a hurry, so I don't have enough sheets for everybody, but I want to pass some of this out, and if we can share, I have a picture of a thermostat that is designed with the partial load, variable frequency drive air conditioner. So when I want to show the multiplying effect of the partial load capacity. So if you will, please pass it down, and I'm going to when I run out, I apologize. I literally got back to Independence at noon. I ran to the office, made some friends and drove here, so. One of the things you'll see in that thermostat is that's a touchscreen thermostat. Again, this can be installed on the commercial side, light commercial, but you're gonna notice something on that picture, it's saying dehumidifying. So what this is doing is it's running on partial load capacity, and it isn't targeting temperature. It's actually running at a very low capacity to go after humidity. It's doing it, it's increasing runtime. A single stage air conditioner has to run for about 8 minutes before it starts pulling humidity out of the air. That's stats, and when they tell us to charge a unit for the first time, we're required to run it for no less than 15 minutes to let it stabilize out before we check the charge. So the biggest energy consumption on an air conditioner is when it starts. Just like a car, start and stop in city, you don't get as good a gas mileage. Our motors follow the same laws. They follow the same laws of physics, the energy to get it spinning. So what I'm going to do, and this is the one that I only have one copy of, so I'm going to start here and please pass it around. What I want you to look at is I want you to look, there's a line in here that says blower CFM demand. It's going to say 490 CFM, 490 cubic feet a minute. Down at the bottom, it's going to tell you how much power out of 100% potential, what that motor can do, how much power that motor is actually utilizing. So 460, how much power is the motor utilizing? Down at the very bottom one, 3.5%. 3.5%. This is a 3-ton system, so nominal CFM on a 3-ton system is 1,200 CFM. The technology with what these systems do, they read how much energy they're using. It's using 3.5% of its power or potential power consumption to move basically a third of a 3-ton system. 1 ton of air conditioning is 28% capacity is what it is. So that's a quarter. It's running at 28% capacity. So 3.8 or 3.5%. Now I have more sheets on this, and when that gets around, definitely take a look. This is it, we're running at full capacity. Now this blower on this furnace is designed for a 4-ton, it can handle up to 4 tons, but it's not going to be showing 100% capacity, which is. What does the CFM say now? 12 what? 1210. 1210. So 1210 is not even quite 3 times the amount of 460, but our blower consumption goes to 57%. Is that right? So this right here is showing you kind of what I talked about. When we go into partial load capacity, we're actually multiplying our efficiency. Part of the thing that's taken place here is it takes energy to spin that wheel, that blower wheel. The mass on that to spin it and the energy required at, does that show an RPM? Yeah, 1293. And what is who has the sheet with the lowest capacity? So at the full load capacity at the 1200 CFM, that blower indoor blower is running 1293 RPMs. And on this one, it is spinning at 531. So we're spinning much slower on that blower, but the multiplication factor on energy goes way up. So that's about as technical as I'm going to get on this, because I don't want to talk about the technical side, but you can see it 3.5% blower capacity is much better than the 57 or the 100% or whatever it's going to be on 5. So this is part of what they started targeting in the late 80s into the early 90s, into the 90s, is getting some multiple stage equipment out there. This brings efficiency up. It increases comfort inside the building because it runs longer and it pulls out more humidity. Same concept on the heating side. Heating side has multiple stages. We run that blower at a lower speed. We're extending runtime. You see filters over there on the wall. The more air that goes through those filters, the more dust we're collecting out of the filters. So, and out of the living space. Good news for this was not granting the right, and I don't know what the rules are, or the reasoning why. They're not granting very many rights for some of these energy providers like Evergy to provide rebates to customers. Everybody around us had rebates. Kansas City, the former KCP&L, Kansas City Power and Light, they had rebates available. They have it on the commercial side now as Evergy. They have it on the residential side. Fortunately, this year, starting this summer, the residential side has started providing rebates. It's been allowed. There's a program out for it. I'm going to pass that around. I am anticipating the commercial side, including small businesses and what goes in there is going to follow suit.
Whoops. As I've seen that.
So I brought a copy of this. But there's going to start continuing to be more opportunity in Kansas to encourage mid to high efficiency systems where you're going to get some money back. Where this benefits Evergy, a company like Evergy, is anything that they're looking at in the SEER, they're lowering their peak demand for electricity. So they're rolling outages. They go down in the summertime when we're without power for 2 hours when it's really hot. It's going to help keep that from happening. Anything that we do that are partial load capacity, variable frequency drive is really what I'm talking about. VFDs, they're soft start motors. I'm sure a lot of people have noticed when an air conditioner is turned on in the house and the lights dim. This technology does not do that. It slowly just ramps up. So there is no inrush or peak power that's starting that motor. It just slowly starts up. So there's many benefits to this. One of the good things about our industry, and it's no fun buying an air conditioner or furnace, it's something you never put your hand on. Most people don't know what brand of equipment they have. They know what brand their thermostat is, but they don't know what their furnace manufacturer is unless they just bought it recently. They don't know what their air conditioner manufacturer is. Nice thing about this is it's just going to be out of sight, out of mind. When it's running on partial load, you won't hear that it's on. It's going to extend the runtime. And whatever you pay up front, you will truly get back in energy savings over the life of the unit. You're not throwing extra money. Oh, I'm not ever going to get it back. You will get it back at some point through the life of the unit. So there's a lot of tools out there that we can leverage to get money back. I'm sure there's programs with the state to help with efficiency for the commercial side. We are in a tighter area of the state as far as funds are concerned. So it's a little tougher when you are going to go for higher efficiency to make that happen, especially with people that are trying to start a business or look at a hospital. It's not the first conversation I've had about a hospital. That one you were talking about was Shea. I've had multiple conversations with the Independence Fund with people there about what can be done there. But it comes down to how much it costs you, pretty much what you're talking about. And it kind of interested me you brought this up because we see this every day.
Yep.
We see it every day where you go out there and it's out of sight, out of mind. And most everybody, including myself, struggle just to keep your air filter changed and do it on a timely fashion. So it's one of those things that just happens. I would like to, this is really all I want to talk about as far as what's out there. Partial load capacity is huge as far as efficiency. You probably know a little bit about this just from your past and your history. They're changing refrigerants again the first of the year on us. So they're going away from the 410. We used to do R22, but it's changing again. It's mandated by the federal government and everybody's retooled for it right now. The nice thing about this time versus the last time is they're ahead of the game. They've already started making the equipment. They didn't wait till the date to start making the equipment and then do all this residual. They got ahead of the game. And when I say they, I mean the manufacturers, the carriers, the trains, the Linuxes, all the brands out there that are the main manufacturers, the main players in the industry we already see an equipment that has the capacity to handle the new refrigerant. So
What is the new refrigerator?
they did not mandate what it was gonna be. The EPA did not mandate it this time. They let the manufacturers decide what was gonna, what refrigerant they're gonna use. But they gave them the parameters of what they have to meet as far as, it can't be ozone depleting and it can't have a high GWP, which is global warming potential. R22 is ozone depleting, R410A had a high GWP. It made us hotter. So, it hung down low in our atmosphere, stratosphere. It stayed down.
Yeah.
R22 went to the ozone, R410 is staying down, keeping us warmer. So there are gonna be two refrigerants out there depending on the manufacturer. So I'm not fluent on what they are yet. Once they get here, then I'll focus on it.
Thank you.
So,
I do have a question, but if you have an older unit. if
you'll
you-
still be able to get the refrigerator. R22 is really pretty much very, very close to being phased out. There's enough well, you can't drop any refrigerant on top of if R22 is in the system. You have to remove it and replace it with something else. There's plenty of options out there for that. 410, it's not gonna be a problem for 10 years. As far as being able to get it, manufacture it. The government, the same way with R22, they know it's gonna take a time to phase these equipment out. But they can't just say everybody has to replace their equipment. It's not.
And is the 410 the same way you have to remove it completely?
There is no drop in that you can
Okay.
just add to 410, but they'll step it down just like they did R22. They'll start minimizing production and then you reclaim it, and then they'll start using reclaimed refrigerant. So that's gonna be available for, I'm sure, at least 10 years. So it won't be a big issue, there. Does anybody have any questions that pertains to anything they're dealing with currently? Any buildings they're looking at other than hospitals?
Want you to tell me whether or not when my husband says I mess with that thermostat, it's really causing me to have more utilities. And it needs to be set on one thing and what?
So it really depends on the outside temperature to answer that question. If the heat index is 110, 115 degrees on a properly sized air conditioner, you can only expect 1 to 2 degree temperature drop. When it's on peak. So if you're 100 degrees outside, I probably wouldn't be moving it much more than a couple degrees because it's gonna take a couple hours to catch back up. But if it's an 85-degree day, it's not the same conversation. I wouldn't move the thermostat more than 2 to 4 degrees. If you try to move it a long ways, get it to catch up, it's gonna run a long time.
So what about turning it down when you're not there and?
That's what I'm saying. I wouldn't go more than a few degrees because the amount of time it takes to catch up. It'd be kind of like a car going up a hill. It's on a flat surface where it just stays the same speed. It's the most efficient, but if you start getting peaks and valleys and ups and downs, you lose some efficiency. I wouldn't go very many. I wouldn't change at 5 degrees.
Well, I
So,
got a thermostat like this and we just replaced ours
yeah,
last year.
okay.
And if I have it on 74, it says it's cooling to 72.
So what that's doing is a feature in there that's saying it's set up for dehumidification. And there's a feature that's been turned on that thermostat that will allow overcool to go after humidity.
Is that a
So,
good thing?
it can be if you're targeting humidity. So,
If you hate humidity,
yes.
yes, like
The other thing is it can be shut off. You can just set it where you're at. If you don't feel cool enough at that temperature, then you'll just bring it down, back down to the 72 or wherever it is, needs to be set up for dehumidification. So,
Totally different thing. On geothermal, is that something that's catching on, going away?
in my opinion, and there'll be people that'll tell you different, it's going away. The reason being is that we have these variable frequency drives. The technology that you're looking at, the compressor is a DC voltage compressor. Where the technology from this came from was Japan, from us bombing them so bad in World War II. They didn't have the electrical infrastructure to be able to start motors, so they had to develop soft start motors. And really, we as a country lagged behind for a lot of decades because this was in Asia, it was in Europe. The ductless mini splits that you see when you travel around through the islands or the Caribbean or down in Mexico, this is that technology. Just that's really a lot of it's a more stripped down version, but the technology's been around for decades. And it's just on the split system what you're seeing here, it hit our industry in our country about 2015 and 16 on the split systems. All the schools have VFDs. For the most part, if you look on the roofs on all the schools, you'll see these cube looking things up there that look kind of off-white. Same technology in the schools, variable frequency drives, DC voltage compressors. So this technology is here. It is being installed every day. We have several hundred of these units out in the field running right now that we can get all this information on. And we rarely ever see them running high. We can size it, the traditional way of sizing it, you can go out on a 100-degree day and just, as you walk in, you go to the screen, you turn it on and say, where am I running at? It's usually no more than medium. So you really get a lot of benefit from this stuff. You never see them running high, it's not noisy, you never ever hear it run.
So Brian, you're not talking about heat pumps.
It's in heat pumps as well. This is same technology in heat pumps. So on this model right here, what you see on the thermostat, they have the same model on a heat pump version and an air conditioning version. The only difference is on the heat pump side, there's something called a reverse valve that allows it to either run in the cooling mode or the heating mode, and it basically changes the refrigerant flow. You lose a little bit of efficiency from the refrigerant running through that reverse valve. So the heat pumps on the same model, about 1 SEER lower on efficiency on average, but it's the same technology. Where these things are really good on the variable frequency drive on heat pumps is when it gets cold outside, the compressor speeds up and it goes and gets the heat, because any of these heat pumps that are outside are removing heat from outdoor air and putting it in your house. So they're transferring it outside to inside. Obviously, it's easier to get heat out of 40-degree air than it is 5. So what happens with this variable frequency drive technology is that compressor really goes into what they would call a hyperdrive or an overdrive, and it speeds up how much refrigerant's flowing through that circuit so it can absorb more outdoor heat. Whereas the traditional single stage doesn't have any of that capability. So
Is it louder in the hyperdrive?
it is louder than what it normally runs. Yes. Those compressors, when they go in that high speed, they're spinning about 5,000 RPM, maybe 6, depending on the model. So
So this document that you passed out, this is Evergy is providing these rebates, these incentives or whatever.
they are providing those incentives. And what happens in that situation? Let's just talk retail side of this really quick. What happens in a scenario like that? We're a trade partner with Evergy on this. We signed up for it.
Mhm.
We go out, we install a job, we do it, the customer pays us, and then on the backside, once we install it, we provide the information and we file out the paperwork for Evergy, and then they provide you those funds back. We have to match it with an AHRI rating, which is how they specify that this is truly the rating that this system qualifies for.
Well, so the reason I asked the question about the geothermal, you have all these things highlighted under the ground source heat pump. So like replacing failed ground source heat pump with electric resistance furnace, does that mean with traditional, replace a ground source with traditional? Is that what that means?
Now, this is ground source. Let's see, replace build ground source heat pump, air source, air conditioner.
What does that mean?
What that means is they're giving you money to sell you electricity in the winter.
Yeah.
So you pretty much, you're not gonna be more efficient that way. If you just go straight electric. So a heat pump, and this is gonna sound, again, I'm trying to stay out a lot of technical babble. The heat pump is rated in 2 different ways. It's rated by HSPF, which stands for Heating Seasonal Performance Factor. The government just throws a number at that. That doesn't really mean a whole lot other than the higher the number is, the less electricity you use. The more important number is called COP. It's called coefficient of performance. Coefficient of performance, whatever number they assign it, and on a heat pump, it's usually somewhere between 3 and 4.8 or 5. They're getting more efficient. Whatever they assign, let's say it's 4. It means that heat pump, if you add it to an electric furnace, is going to be 4 times more efficient than straight electric heat. So every dollar you spend for electric heat, you get $4 worth of heat out of the heat pump. So when they're saying they'll go straight to electric heat and give you money, their demand is way down in the winter time. So they're looking just to sell you electricity on that. So we wouldn't do that. We wouldn't entertain wanting to do that. If somebody wants to do it, we said we would advise them to it, but then we'd go in and that's what they want. Okay, here you go. So.
Well, I didn't know.
The ones that I highlighted are typically the ones that matter to us and what we provide.
Well, the way I was reading it, it was to get rid of your geothermal or your ground source heat pump and replace it with something else, but.
Yeah, this
Correct, but
program
as
just
long as
started
it's
June 1st.
Yeah.
So it's relatively new. So there'll be some tweaks and changes throughout the next year. It's good to have it, but there's also rebates with other energy providers.
Sure.
Caney Valley Electric, Radiant Electric, what's the one over by Fredonia that's right there.
Well, that's right.
Four Rivers. So you go on there and a lot of theirs are geared towards the heat pumps because they can sell more electricity in their off-peak months. So, but it's the efficiencies there. It's real dollars. You can see it in the black and white, running at a quarter of capacity or 28% capacity. You're using 3.5% of the blower power versus 57% running at high speed on a 3-ton. So. Yeah. Any other questions for anybody with anything pertaining to anything you have? Our industry does provide leasing options for commercial. They're tied to manufacturers. The interest rate won't be as good as your bank, but it will give you a monthly payment as opposed to a big chunk of change. But that's an option to go that way or procure it that way. Obviously, banks will also provide a note. On the residential side, when we finance, typically what we see from homeowners is their out of pockets only half of the payment because the energy savings is going to give them that much back. And so what we see on full systems is anywhere from $100 to $200 a month payment. So you'll get half of that back. So it makes it where it's not as much of a stressor. We've all been in situations where it wasn't comfortable, and we've been in situations where it is comfortable inside. I think we all choose, we want to be comfortable. That doesn't cost us a lot of money to run. So the industry has that capability from commercial to residential. The technology is there. So it's just finding the right person to do the right job for you, and go from there.
So there are some other details with this. You can have the most efficient HVAC furnace there is available. If your building envelope sucks, that system's only gonna be able to do so much. So, in many cases, you want to get that building envelope fixed so that you're putting less strain on that HVAC and it can make you more comfortable inside the building. Yes.
For 20 years, the focus when we go to training is on comfort. The efficiency is gonna take care of itself as long as everything's set up right. I will caution one thing though, and I'm not gonna go into specifics of exactly where this happened. I've been on a project in the past year that was a municipality project. It was a structure that was built new and brought in a union cut shop from out of town to do everything. So we came on afterwards and you're doing the maintenance contract. It was never set up properly when it was installed. And what I mean by that was the furnaces have 5-ton drives, and you're seeing this with what you see there. This furnace of what that information was a 4-ton drive. But we had a 3-ton air conditioner, so we had to back the speed down to match it. And this is communicating, so it already takes care of that. Well, most systems out there aren't communicating, so you have to go in and you have to set. And a lot of these furnaces have 5-speed blowers, 8-speed blowers, 10-speed blowers, whatever the manufacturer is designing on it. But we had 4-ton air conditioners, 4-ton ductwork, and it was still running on 5 tons of air, because nobody ever changed it. Same type of blower motor inside, variable frequency drive motor inside. I did an amp draw measuring how many amps it was pulling the way it was set. It was pulling 9.3 amps running on that. We set the dip switches right, got the airflow right for a 4-ton and dehumidification mode, and our amps went to 2.8. So having somebody that sets this up correctly when they do the installation, it's just as important as finding the high efficiency unit. And the reason I say that is you're gonna spend all this high efficiency money to get this efficiency back. And if nobody does the things they are required to do to make it run the way the manufacturers design it to run to get that efficiency, you're throwing money out the window. It's gonna actually cost you more probably than the old system that you had, because that blower will ramp up to move that air. So, but there's good options out there. There's a lot of companies that have been around for a long time, and there's manufacturers, the technology is getting better. And the training is there, the information, you never had a thermostat like that 20 years ago that would give you that much information. So
Brian, I have a question for you.
yes,
How are those of us who do not know what you just said supposed to know whether it is set up correctly?
that really comes down to the installation company or whoever you're using as one of the things that you can do is whatever manufacturer you have, you can ask, hey, who should I use in this area? And usually you'll say whoever's selling the product. But you can also find out pretty easily by, if something sounds noisy in our world, and it's blasting and it's noisy, it's not efficient.
Okay.
That would be the ear test that I would recommend. If your thermostat says, come on unit, and the next thing you know, you're turning the volume of their TV up so you can hear it, you probably don't have a very efficient setup system. So that would be probably the easiest noise test that you could do. So velocity in our world, in most situations, equal resistance, and resistance equals efficiency. So. That's pretty much a condensed version of how our industry's changed over the past 30 years and how it relates to energy efficiency. So that's really what I was wanting to talk about today, is when you go out there and you look at this, this isn't, oh, I'm just gonna spend more. There are a lot of options from top to bottom. Efficiency now is SEER 2. Minimum efficiency is 13.4, which is basically a 14 SEER from when it was just SEER. The SEER 2 came on 2 years ago. And there's ranges up to 28 on the residential splits. So anything from 17 SEER and above, you'll start stepping into some of this technology. So you don't have to go up tremendously high to get some of these comforts in. And quite frankly, this technology is filtering its way down. And because these compressors protect themselves, where they don't have a bunch of warranties from the manufacturers that build compressors. So, which saves a lot of money for the manufacturer. Any more questions? Any more questions pertaining to any projects or jobs or anything that you have your eyes on currently?
Aside from hospitals?
Yeah.
The interesting thing about hospitals, they require a lot of outside air. They have to change the air so many times an hour because there's always sick bugs there. That's why I don't want to talk about hospitals. You can't turn a hospital in a regular office space and expect a heating cooling system to cool the space without spending an astronomical amount of money cooling unconditioned air coming from outside in. So that's the hospital.
Well, here's one, a historic courthouse building,
Sure.
where it's got a clay tile roof, so you can't put units on the roof. And yet you don't want to have a mini split or a window unit hanging out of every window in the building, which is kind of what we have now. And, to find the right kind of system for that.
You have to find the right kind of system. So what would probably be something like that is you wouldn't necessarily use much of a mini split, but you'd be looking more like in a VFD, what's on schools, because they use the same technology that's more concealed and more hidden. And then they would run into an air handler inside. Let's say you had a drop ceiling, and then you just do your duct work and then the refrigerator pipes take care of it, something like that. So.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Any questions from you about this?
No.
Okay. Good.
I thank you for your time. I know how busy you must be, and
Yeah,
I just appreciate you taking time out of your day to do this.
it's good to see this workshop from an energy standpoint, because it's part of what we sell every day. So to see the interest is really nice.
All right, well, that concludes the workshop. If you have any other questions, I know we have one potential site visit that we will be doing, maybe this Sunday.
Saturday?
Well, no, I have a wedding on Saturday, so, I better be there. It's not mine, but, yeah. We do have cards up here, for me and Kurt. If you need to contact us, set something up, we'll be more than happy to talk to you. Okay, so I will say this, so when Mark was here, he was talking about how sometimes he hires a third-party grant writer to do the REAP grant application. You can do that. So the grant writers will typically charge a fee up front, and then they're going to charge you a percentage of what you get approved. Okay, we have neither one of those. We do completely free to the customer. However, the REAP grants are not the only things that we do. We do energy education, and then we also do some technical assistance to the Kansas Corporation Commission. So we're not the fastest the grant writers might be. But then Again, on the other hand, I would tell you that if your grant writer says, well, we can get it in by, July 15th. So what? USDA is not even going to look at that application until September 30th. And they're not gonna know approval until October, November, December. The only advantage to getting your application in more quickly is if you have to do the project that you want to do. And you're willing to, the day after you submit that application, to implement that project at your own risk, recognizing it might not ever get approved. That's the only advantage. So take that as good. All right.
All right.